Yeah, so this pack has a couple really good cards. I'm going to take Zenith. I'm not going to lie to you. We just talked about this. Like, there's less than 10 cards in the set. I take over Zenith. Auspicious Sturks is really good. This is one of the mythic uncommons like Zenith. Might be the second best uncommon in the whole set, to be honest. I think it's a really powerful card. A 5-mana 6/6 is already a good rate if you don't have anything to mutate on, too. And if you mutate, it's ridiculous. This Mythos is good. Like, you get... It's a soul salvage for 1 more mana. And you can also return, like, an Evolving Wilds if you need lands or a deadweight. You know, any permanent, not just creatures. And then if you can pay the blue and the black, you can tutor up your best stuff. So, it's a good card. Alright, well, looks like we're going to get started drafting the fun way. Inspired Ultimatum is a card I like a lot in the cycling deck. Blue, red, and white tend to be the cycling colors. It's not the easiest to cast, but Flood is one of the main ways cycling decks lose. So I really like having something like this in my deck, so I can play like 14 lands instead of like 12 or 13, and then I just cast this for the win most of the time. Additionally, if you get like an ultimatum early, then you can prioritize lands that help you cast it the whole rest of the way. So it's definitely, you know, a good follow-up to Zenith. They go in the same deck. By no means do I force cycling just because it's the best deck. But if I start with the Mythic uncommon, top 10 card in the set, and then a good rare for the deck as well, I'll happily play it. So this pack doesn't offer any good cyclers. 2-mana OK Cycler. Like, this card's another 2-mana OK Cycler. I think I'm just going to take Tranquil Cove. I wouldn't normally want a third pick an on-color duel, but given we're following up such strong cards, including the Ultimatum, I'm going to prioritize dual lands really highly this draft to make sure I can cast the Ultimatum. So, Evolving Wilds helps, but not as much as something like Tranquil Cove. You can go fetch whatever you're missing, but you have to have red, red, white, white, blue, blue exactly. So dual lands help you cast ultimatums more than stuff like Evolving Wilds, though they do help. Since we just got a Tranquil Cove, I'm going to grab Go for Blood here. It's a good 1-mana cycler that is on color, that you often use the fight for removal or cycle for 1 mana. It's a spell, so it helps your Wolverines. It just basically does it all. Evolving Wilds would be my second choice out of this pack. I would take Evolving Wilds over Raking Claws, but not over Go for Blood. Not much to see here, but Capture Sphere is fine removal. Even though it doesn't have synergy with the cycling decks, you cycle at instant speed. So, like, if they mutate, you can Capture Sphere. You know, it's just a good solid removal. Flash is worth a lot in this format. Killing big things is important. Obviously, it doesn't synergize exceptionally well or anything, but it's a fine card. Again, 1-mana cycler that you can cast, like Startling Development, I think is a little better than Evolving Wilds this early. You do want to balance. You know, if I see the same pick, the next pack, Startling Development, Evolving Wilds, I might go with the Wilds. But already having a Cove, I think we want to get as many of these good 1-mana cycling spells as we can. Okay, so now there's a 2-mana cycler that's actually a pretty good card, though. It kills flyers or artifacts. Or there's Thieving Otter. I like Thieving Otter, but not that much in the cycling deck. So I think we'll just grab a 2-mana removal spell that cycles. Speaking of, that's the on-color Jeskai Crystal. That's a tri-land, effectively. It can allow us to turn 6 Ultimatum. And then, of course, if we don't need the lands, we can cycle it. So that's a nice pickup. Speaking of nice pickups, I don't know how, with every pro talking about this, a month into the format, cycling is still underdrafted. There should never be a Snare Tactician 7th pick, 8th pick, 9th pick, I don't even know, whatever this is, 9th pick. This is one of the best commons for cycling. It really should be uncommon or rare. And it should never table in pack 1. There's just not enough people drafting cycling if that card's tabling. Essence Scatter's a fine spell. Reconnaissance Mission cycles for 2. That's not great, not unplayable. I'm eating a bowl of pho. It's almost done. Although I do still have a lot of liquid to lap up. I don't think it's good companion hate. I mean, I'm not going to board in a 1-3 just because they have a companion, I don't think. I mean, they do draw the companion every game, so maybe it's worth it, actually. I don't know. That's a good point. Maybe it is a good sideboard card. Okay, so unfortunately we can't do anything with Vivian. It's not a curveball. We have a great cycling deck. We're not even looking at Vivian. The best cycling card in this pack is Reptilian Reflection. Vivian might be number 1 in the format, but you can't play Vivian, Zenith Flare, Inspiral Ultimatum. Like, we can't make all these cards work together. And we have a good cycling deck. So even if Vivian is better than Zenith Flare, this isn't pick one, pack one. We already have Zenith Flare, Ultimatum, a land, a crystal that's on color, a bunch of cyclers. Like, we can't do anything with Vivian. So this is just a pick between Reflection and Prophecy. I think Reflection is probably better. I like Reflection a lot. The fact that it has haste is kind of ridiculous. I think we're doing pretty well on spells and cycling spells, so we might want Blitz over Startling Development. This is a close pick. How many spells do we have that go to the yard? Scatter, Development, Go for Blood, Sails, Flare, but that's probably not going to be in the yard, or Ultimatum. Oh, we're definitely not taking Wolverine. This is a pick between the 1-mana Cycler Startling Development and the 2-mana removal spell Blitz. Given we have Zenith Flare and we already have some removal, I usually take Blitz, but I think I'm going to take Startling Development here, because here's why. We're already good at closing. We have Zenith Flare and Ultimatum, and we're only in starting pack 2. We also have removal. We have Essence Scatter and Capture Sphere, which are good removal spells that will make our deck. We also have a Snare Tactician. So I think I'm actually just going to take the 1-mana cycling spell. I more often than not take Blitz for the cycling deck in that spot. But given we already have Closers and removal, I really think we just want the cycling ammo there. Okay, here we're going to take Fire Prophecy, though. Mitigates Flood. It's just a great removal spell for the cycling deck. Two-mana Cycler, and it's a decent on-color creature. There's no 1-mana Cyclers. I think I would definitely rather have Serpent than Hampering Snare. Now there's a nice 1-mana Cycler. I'm in no way against Pacifism or Wolverine. These are both fine cards for the deck. They both almost certainly make the deck. But again, 1-mana Cyclers are just what's up. Speaking of, the best 1-mana Cyclers are the ones that are also 2-mana 2/2s with positive abilities. This is an easy pick. I think it's time to get another land. I passed on those Evolving Wilds. I mean, I do like Will of the All-Hunter, but this is a really controlling cycling deck. It's not like we have a bunch of Dranith Stingers and Marmosets and we're going to be attacking and forcing them to block. This card in this deck is still fine. I would obviously play it. It's a 2-mana cycling spell, but this looks like a good opportunity to pick up another land that's on color. Keep working so that we can cast the Ultimatum every time. We've got the Crystal, we've got the 2 duels. Alright, no 1-mana Cyclers. There's just the 2-mana Cyclers to decide between. I think Charge is usually better. Although, to be fair, we're really creature light, so maybe that pick might have been wrong. I mean, we're supposed to take one of the 2-mana Cyclers there, and usually Charge is the better one. But we don't have, like, the 2-mana 3/1 that makes 1/1s. I could easily see with Reflection, the double strike thing being better. Okay, Wolverine over nothing. Thank you, Sean McNamara. Appreciate that subscription. Wolverine over nothing. Now I'm feeling a little better about the Charge, because it works pretty well with Wolverines, and they obviously don't need double strike since they already have it. These cards don't really matter. In fact, it's a good opportunity to just finish off this foe, or at least eat some more of it before it gets cold. Yeah, you're right, chap. Blue-red spells is wide open. As you can see, we've seen more blue-red spell stuff than cycling stuff. We're going to play 3-color cycling, no question. We have the Ultimatum, Snare Tactician, but we certainly would have drafted blue-red spells in this seat if we didn't go Zenith Flare into Inspired Ultimatum to start the draft. I do love Sharks. Even if it doesn't fit the cycling deck theme, we can make our land drops. Double blue isn't easy, but it's not that hard. We have blue cards. We're gonna play plenty of blue lands in this deck. If we didn't take Voracious Great Shark, what would we be looking at? 2-mana Cycler, Bounce Spell, 2-mana Cycler? Nothing fantastic. This could be a hard pick if there was a really good cycling enabler, but since there isn't, it's a pretty easy Great Shark. It was a great pick. I like that, Cornball. Those are the kind of subtle puns that are clever that I like. They're kind of like the opposite of LSV's puns. Instead of hitting you over the face with something dumb and obvious, that's just kind of clever and subtle. I like it. Alright, so Frostville Ambush, 1-mana Cycler, or a dual land. I think we got to go back and grab those nice 1-mana cycling spells. Now we can grab a Swallow Hole. This is an awesome removal for the cycling deck. You have one creature, you cycle up to a creature. It combos really well with Wolverine growing your double strikers. But the real reason Swallow Hole is so good in the cycling deck is because your opponent's the one trying to attack you. This is an excellent, efficient removal spell, but the main downside is that it doesn't remove untapped creatures, so it doesn't remove blockers. But it removes the opponent's tapped creature, and if they have to attack you because you're the cycling deck and you have the late game, it's an all-around awesome card. Thanks for that support, Brendan Morales. I appreciate the 11 months. Almost 1 year indeed. And I've only been streaming for like 1 year and 4 months now, so thank you for the great support. Okay, now again, there's Memory Leak and Windscarred Crag. It's a tough pick. We're in pack 3. If you don't count the lands, we're on 22 playables. We can play like 14 lands with this deck, because we have the Ultimatum and the Zenith Flare and stuff. So that means we need 26. So we need like another 4 playables. Do we need the 1-mana Cycler? Not really. Oh, but it is a cycling spell for the double Wolverine stuff. I think I'll hope to table the lands. I want to draft the 1-mana cycling spells. Okay, looks like a Marmoset now. Marmoset is just awesome. It's a great cycling enabler. I mean, I guess we could take Evolving Wilds. We do only have the 2 lands and the crystal still. Certainly, I think Capture Sphere is worse than Marmoset for us. Capture Sphere is a fine card. Like, it's pretty good in this format. It would definitely make our deck. But we have a lot of cycling. So, I mean, I think this is Marmoset or the land, and I think it's Marmoset. Alright, nothing great here. Nothing horrible. We'll just take a 2-mana cycling spell. Move about our business. So I really don't like Sanctuary Smasher. I'm not saying it's unplayable. It's a 3-mana cycler, though. That's pretty expensive just to get a new card. And like a 6-mana 6/4 first strike is good, but it's not exceptional. Gust for Wind doesn't really offer this deck anything, though, because it's not a tempo deck. We don't really have creatures. Of One Mind might be okay. Human, non-humans. I mean, it's not a lot. Well, I guess we got the Gust of Wind. I took too long running my mouth there. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. Alright, so now I'm going to grab... I would have took the Of One Mind, but I probably wouldn't make our deck unless we saw a couple late humans anyway. So now I take Will of the All-Hunter, a 2-mana cycling spell that's decent. Coordinated Charge for the same reasons. Hey, we got an Of One Mind if we wanted anyway, or a Blade Banish. How did we do on removal? Blade Banish is okay, not great in these decks. We didn't actually end up getting that much since early on, right? We got that 1 Spear, the 1 Prophecy, Swallow Hole. Yeah, I'm just going to go with Of One Mind, I think. I want to make my land drops, cast my Ultimatum. I think Of One Mind helps. Hey, that's a nice table. We got Windscarred Crag back. I'm glad I didn't take it the first time over that 1-mana Cycler. That was pretty lucky. So 28, because 3 lands and 31. So we're going to cut, like, 2 cards. I'm pretty sure this is a 14-lander. Oh, you're not really with the first strike trick. Yeah, I mean, you have to... In, like, a red-green creature deck, yeah, then they block your green creature, you give it first strike. But in the cycling deck, you're never getting them with first strike. But it's still a split card. It's like a Lava Serpent. You can have a 6-mana, 6/4 first strike, or you can have a 3-mana cycler. I mean, it's not a bad card. I just don't think it's great. Okay, so that would be 15 even. This is triple red, so we're going to not cut a red because we have one of each dual. So we're going to cut a blue or a white. Our white is Early Swallowhole, Drana Taylor Tactician. Our blue is a Scatter of 1 mine, which could dig up a white. I think white is the one we cut one of. And then, let's see, we got to cut like 2 cards here. Pretty much all our non-cyclers are uncuttable. So we want to cut cyclers that aren't spells if we can. Maybe Reconnaissance Mission, but it can be quite good with Wolverine. I don't think I want to cut Reconnaissance Mission. I'm going to cycle it most of the time. We obviously don't have a lot of creatures, but once in a while I'm just going to be drawing mad cards with this little combo. Or just Marmoset into Mission or whatever. Do we have any other 2-mana cyclers that aren't spells? The Crystal, but that's very useful. Okay, I guess we're cutting spells. So our worst 2-mana cyclers are Raking Claws, which I think offers this deck very little. Yeah, but it happens, and the rest of the time we could just cycle Mission as a cycler anyway. And Coordinated Charge. I'm not really that worried about having enough spells for those Wolverines, because we're the cycling deck. You kind of dig through your deck. So we know we have those 3 tap lands. So I think we want to cycle main phase. In case we draw, like, the red tap land, especially to play Marmoset next turn. We didn't. Now it doesn't matter, but I'm just going to cycle so it passes while I literally finish the fun now so I can put it down and focus. Eating pho out of a helmet. Yeah, basically. Alright, still no red source. Let's just dig. Hopefully we can find it. Hey, that's cool, Fluffy Face. Yeah, I mean, I draft a lot, so I don't know which draft it was. So I can't really say how my deck turned out. I would only play over 40 in a cycling deck if you felt like you couldn't close. If you have Zenith Flare and Ultimatum, it's definitely unnecessary. Looks like we're in the cycling mirror. Unfortunately for us, red is our heaviest color, and we still don't have a mountain. We're almost halfway through our deck. I mean, look, there's only 6 red sources in the deck. But again, don't think of it like 6 in a normal 40-card deck. We're literally almost halfway through our deck since we're sitting here cycling every turn. Well, thank you for the compliment, Divalicious. Also, thank you for supporting it. It means a lot to me. Thankfully, we're playing best of 3, so even if we don't find the red soon and we lose this game, we still get a chance to win this match. Oh yeah, we actually have 7 because we have the crystal too. But Lava Serpent doesn't help us. Well, Essence Scatter could help us buy time. I'm not going to play the island, We already have 3 blue, and you only need 2 for the ultimatum. And we have a prophecy, which lets us bottom a card. So, I mean, I'll play it rather than discard. But for next turn, if I do find that mountain, I'm going to want to prophecy the tactician, and island is the card I want to bottom. So that's why I'm holding this last island. Well, that looks good enough to scatter. Now, we want our mana closer to all 3. Like, we have Scatter, we have Capture Sphere. I mean, honestly, this is just unlucky. Like I said, when you have this many cards that cycle, we have Of One Mind for blue that can help us dig up a red. We actually also have 7 red sources because we have the Jeskai Crystal. So it's 1 more source than I said. Also, like, so many of our cards cycle. Like I said, it's hard to not find one of 7 sources in half your deck. This is just unlucky. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully, we'll get it soon. They're not really pressuring us that much. Okay, I don't think I want to let them keep looting. I can always swallow whole the Snare Tactician away. So I'm going to prophecy this this Facet Reader here. Even though that card may have made my underperformers list, the Facet Reader, not giving away any spoilers from the from the CFB Pro here, but y'all know I already don't like Facet Reader. But right now, they're not under pressure. The game's not ending anytime soon. So I do like taking care of that one. What did you think, Boo Wilbury? It's the first time I wrote anything like that. Thank you, S. Flaren. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you for supporting my stream. Okay, so we're going to kill one of those. I guess it's going to be Snare Tactician because we can't even kill the untapped one at the moment. I think it's really more format. Like, this would be a good card in most limited formats. I just don't think it plays that well in this one. But I think it's because of the format, not the card. Because Swallow Whole exiles a tapped creature. Okay, I guess I'm going to Zenith Flare to stay alive. I mean, I understand I'm not taking lethal on board yet, but we can close. We've got the ultimatum still. I guess we don't have that much. I cycled the Serpent. What do we have left to close? Because they killed several of our creatures. We've got the ultimatum, which draws 5 cards, but I could end up decking for sure. Well, I'll tell you what we don't need. We don't need Reconnaissance Mission from this position. That's something we'll play on turn 4 after a Wolverine or something like that. Not something we're going to play here towards the end of the game. So we've got Drannith Healer, Snare Tactician. Oh, we've got the Reflection to help close. And a Wolverine. Voracious Great Shark can help too. Yeah, and the Ultimatum. So we have the ability to close, but we're kind of out of gas. Hopefully they're out of gas too. Well, that's the opposite of being out of gas. Definitely killing the bigger one. The Tactician's the one we actually want off the board, whereas Capture Sphere takes care of that Lava Serpent for us. Definitely going to play it, not cycle it. If it resolves, I can Swallow Whole the Tactician. Even if they have removal, they can't stop this because I get priority back after it resolves. They can kill the healer in response, but it's already paid the cost of the Swallow Whole. Flare for lethal. Okay, nothing there we couldn't handle. Hopefully we'll get a little better draw this time. Let's see. Counters are good in this matchup, but we don't have any convolutes. I don't think we want Keep Safe. Cloud Piercer could be okay, but we don't have like a Far Finder. What's it going to go on? A Wolverine? That's a little ambitious. I think it's fine. Just got to hope that we draw a little better. This hand looks pretty good. We can ramp into Great Shark and Lava Serpent, assuming we find some lands. Whatever, I'm just going to cycle now for the auto pass. We're not representing anything with 1 blue. I'm choosing the Marmoset here over the Crystal. We saw Essence Scatter, so we want to get this out before they can possibly counter it. Plus, if they don't have anything and they pass to us, we can Mission if we draw a land and then draw extra cards. Like I said, we're going to cycle Mission a lot in this deck, but sometimes on turn 4 it might be a good play. Like right now. They don't have anything to bring back for free yet. I don't care about the lifelink. If I'm drawing extra cards, that's great. They can gain life. I'll take cards over life any day. And our creature has first strike, so they can't block it. They did not see Shark in game 1. So this is a little strange. So they left the Loris back. That implies that they are planning to block with it. Because if it wasn't going to block, it would have just attacked, right? But what do they have? There's that Will card that I have that gives +2/+2 to a blocker, but I'll just cycle something. They could have the fight, or the human fight thing that gives indestructible. Fight is one. Yeah, that's the card I'm thinking of. Because it almost has to be that. Because otherwise I would just cycle. I mean, I might be willing to lose Marmoset to that trick. If I get the trick out of their hand and they attack, I can try and ambush the Loris with the Great Shark. I think that's okay. I mean, they could just have a Divine Arrow, but then they could have attacked. Well, looks like they didn't have anything. Maybe they were just afraid of getting it Swallow Hold. Or maybe they thought I'd be scared to attack. I don't know. You know me, never afraid. I'd rather lose my cards to a trick than play around one. Well, the article I wrote was actually the cards that are underperformers, not underrated. But while you have to go to the article, like I'm not going to post the article because CFB is paying me to write it, I can tell you the cards that I said were underperforming. But if you watch my stream, you already know, like, anyway, like I tweeted about it and stuff like that. Facet Reader, Clash of Titans, Dead Weight. So I actually never found any great pizza places in the DC area. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I lived in National Harbor. I actually like the pizza place in National Harbor quite a bit. I forget the name of it, but I didn't really like explore the actual DC area for like the best pizza chain. I'm going to attempt to ambush the Loris because Loris scares me. Plus, I kind of just want more creatures out anyway. If I'm hitting with 2 creatures, I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. Yeah, Nando's is delicious. There was a Nando's in the harbor right across from my apartment that I ate at like 100 times. I love Nando's. The thing is, getting 1 for 1 is not a blowout. Like, I see people, like, obsessed with not letting people use their tricks, and it's like, if you have a 2/2 and I have a 3/3 and I attack and you block in Giant Growth, I didn't get owned, I just lost my 3/3 and you lost your Giant Growth. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, so more often than not, like, I don't play around a trick unless it's going to be devastating, or unless I can reduce its value over the long run by playing around it. Okay, so this actually works out okay. Now I can, well, I would have go for Blooded using the 5/4, but I'll probably just want to Swallow Hole now. Even though I miss getting cards, you know, this is tapped. Swallow Hole can only kill a tapped creature. Given my hand is loaded, like I have a 5/5 haste, and I have a 5/4 that's going to sit and play for the rest of the game, I expect to be able to go for blood whenever I want. So for right now, I would rather just kill a tapped creature while it's tapped, while Swallow Hole, because Swallow Hole can only kill tapped creatures. Whereas even if they play like Lava Serpent, I don't care if I put Voracious Great Shark in the graveyard with this fight, because it's already locked down with Capture Spear anyway. So I can pretty much kill any creature with Go for Blood, whereas Swallowhole can only kill a tapped creature. I can always Serpent later. I don't think I need more cards that bad at the moment. I want to make sure I clear Loris before they're able to, like, cycle a Dranith Stinger and get it back or some nonsense like that. Reconnaissance Mission, if it didn't have cycling, it would be unplayable in this deck. But given a 2-mana cycler isn't that bad. I put it in the deck because once in a while I'll just play it. Like this game, I had turn 3 Marmoset, turn 4 Mission, and I started drawing extra cards. So I would Go for Blood that, but if they block Serpent, I can just cast Coordinated Charge, and that's even more value. So I'm just going to attack. If they block, I'll charge, and then I'll win this little fight, and I'll get to turn this Coordinated Charge into a removal spell. If they would have took it, then post-combat, I would either Snare Tactician and cycle and tap it on their turn, or I would just Go for Blood it. Alright, so first and... Well, never mind. I was about to say first and foremost, let's attack and see what we get. I could now play Reflection, cycle to Go for Blood, and attack. I won't have the Go for Blood to fight, but I will draw 2 cards instead of 1. This is a 5/4. These are 2 2s and 1 2s. All they can really do here is chump block. So I'll probably find more stuff to do anyway. And I don't mind if I Zenith Flare these little creatures in play, especially the Otter. So first and foremost, I have 2 nice attackers. They'll draw me more cards when they connect. If the opponent chump blocks, cool. No Snare first, because I didn't want to tap either blocker. They don't really have any blocks anyway. So we don't know what we're going to get. We don't know if we're going to cast Snare post-combat or not. But tapping these right now does nothing, because if they want to chump block, cool. That said, with 5 mana, I think now we will play Snare, which blocks these creatures and even leaves us scatter up. I think my deck might not have quite enough cyclers. I think I'm going to go to 13 instead of 14 lands, because I have like 1 more blue source than I really need anyway, I think. And just put in one of those 2-mana cyclers that I cut. Okay, for now, well, they're just dead now. Hit them for 10 and flare them. But yeah, the mission drew us a lot of cards. Obviously, these 2 are irrelevant, but the whole game, it was very threatening, and it drew us a good amount of cards. I was pretty happy with it. I think the fan is just on at the moment. Hopefully it'll go off soon. I think that's a small bit of background noise you're hearing. I don't want to show them the ultimatum, because that was only game 2. What I am going to do, though, is cut an island, bring in a 2-mana cycling card. Do we want Raking Claws or Coordinated Charge? We already have a charge. Let's go with 1 and 1. I mean, I can't do a lot about the fan. I can move the laptop a little further from the mic. It shouldn't really affect much other than lower the sound ever so slightly. Okay, let's start with our tap duel. Oh, I appreciate the heads up. I mean, I'll do what I can. If it made a difference, I just slid the laptop about 4 inches one way and the mic about 4 inches the opposite way. So I created like an extra 8 inches of distance. And I wouldn't have known if you didn't say anything. I also live in a train station, so there's always going to be that background noise. No, I'm just kidding. I live in an apartment building in the suburbs. Okay, I don't have scatter. Let's just cycle. I can't do anything about that. Do I want to play Crystal or Reflection? Or Of One Mind? I don't want to Of One Mind because that's going to put me to 8 cards and I'm going to have to discard. I think I'm going to just play Reflection because next turn I may want to cycle to turn it on and then swallow whole the Loris. Also, the Crystal could kind of be used immediately, but we didn't have any way to spend it right now. But if I don't draw a land next turn and I play Crystal, I have 3 for Reflection, but then I can't turn Reflection on and cast Swallowhole. Now I can cycle to turn on Reflection, and I can Swallowhole the Loris with it. So let's do that. Especially since I left Scatter up, I don't necessarily really want to cast a creature. I'm much happier to just get rid of that Loris. Loris is a troublemaker. Alright, so if we had drawn land 5, I would have considered leaving Great Shark up. But since we didn't, this turn almost looks scripted. Now is a perfect time to get our Crystal out. Then we can cycle Sails, turn on the Reflection. They can't even Divine Arrow it. We have a 5th toughness, because we gave it that +1/+1 counter from Swallowhole. Pretty safe turn. So if I cast Nair Tactician and it resolves, I'll be happy. But they've left Scatter up several times. I think I'm going to make a conservative play here. I know that's rare for me. Play around the Scatter. And I'm just going to cycle the Healer. Then I can attack with the 6/5. After combat, I can Zenith Flare for 4 and hit this 4/4 rare. Because I've got a pretty loaded hand, right? I've got card drawing, I've got Tactician, I've got the Shark. So I think it makes sense to be a little conservative and not play Snare Tactician and let them scatter it and potentially have a good turn. I don't want to take damage because we know they have Zenith Flare. Even though Zenith Flare is nowhere near lethaling me right now, it doesn't take that much, some cycles and some hits for 4 before I'm dead to the Flare. Right now it's on 5. I'm passing the turn because I do have my 5 open. If they attack inside combat, I'm going to Zenith Flare the Phoenix. But if they pre-combat cast like a Lava Serpent, then I'll be Voracious Great Sharking it on tapping and killing them. Cycle the mission, hit them for 11, Zenith Flare them. Now that they didn't cast anything like big and hasty pre-combat, I'm just going to Zenith Flare inside combat. Convolute's not likely, and if they have it, it's not the end of the world. Like, I can take the hit. But we saw Scatter in game 1, so I didn't want to let them scatter me on their last turn. Okay, no real decisions, I think. I don't need to tap the Otter first. I don't really care if they chump with it. So first I'm going to activate my 6/5. I guess post-combat it's a non-human, so I could play Snare Tactician and still play Of One Mind. I mean, they've got their scatter up like they have every turn the whole game, so I think this is probably going to get scattered. But there's not... Now I don't care, right? Like, what am I going to leave the 4-mana up? Voracious Great Shark costs 5. So now there's no reason not to play it. They can trade their scatter for my Tactician. I don't care. We played around it last turn because we had a really good turn, killing the 4/4 flyer and not letting them use their mana. Now we have nothing better to do than to just play the Tactician into the scatter. Because they might have effects. Like, when you say eat the 4, flare them and play for the win, I would have had to flare them into turn and on-tap, or drop Great Shark into turn and they scatter it, or flare them into turn and drop Serpent and they scatter it, and the whole plan is off. I killed their 4/4 flyer, now I'm nowhere near Zenith Flare range, and I'm in a commanding position. Alright, let's just drop the 5/5. Don't know if they're going to have second scatter, but they played the one that I thought they had last turn. There's no reason to put them on a second. And now if they're relying on blockers, we have ambush too. And if they do have the flare, they can kill our 5/5, but then we're through the flare. We've got some other good threats to do. Yeah, they have a good deck. Both of us have good decks. I mean, the cycling deck is really good. Best deck in the format, no question. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, okay. I'm guessing they're going to flare the Serpent now. Maybe they're debating between play a blocker and then lose to removal, or spend the flare on the Serpent. It is really good, the cycling deck. Okay, so if I assume they're going to flare Serpent, what do I want to do with the rest of my turn? Marmoset and Of One Mind, so I can hit lands and get towards this ultimatum, because I do want to clear this, because if they're about to gain 9 or 10, they're drawing 2 cards a turn because this is an otter and they're nowhere near dead. So I think that's the play this turn. First I'm going to try and attack. I assume this Lava Serpent's going to get Zenith Flared, but we don't actually know. They could have something else. They might Frostveil Ambush it or Capture Sphere it. Okay, so they're Capture Spearing it. Does that change anything? We want to make sure we don't die to Zenith Flare, so let's count. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we should be able to take a hit for 3. Even if they cycle once or twice, we shouldn't die. Next turn, we can also gain 5, even if we don't lethal them. So I think let's Of One Mind, and then we'll probably play Marmoset. Well, I think Wolverine's a better threat than Marmoset right now. You cannot Shark their Sphere. It counters artifacts and creatures. Nice try, chat. Because Great Shark doesn't counter auras. That's why. Okay, so they blew up our board. That's okay. We'll Capture Sphere. They're 3/3 here. They don't have 13 cyclers in the yard yet. We can cycle this for 1 mana and still have 4 for Sphere. I'm not going to wait because I'd probably choose this over Lava Serpent anyway, even if they have it. Both pretty much put me in flare range, but that one's drawing cards, so it can help them dig up the flare if they don't have it yet. I think I don't want to expose myself to Zenith Flare or Lava Serpent, or the combination, plus Snare Tactician can just tap down Marmoset anyway. So the plan now is Frostveil Ambush here, and then I can cycle the other one. That'll keep this tap for 2 turns. I stay out of Zenith Flare range. But I don't want to expose myself to Zenith Flare, because they're at like 9 or 10 cyclers right now, and I'm at 13. So this keeps me out of range. And then if I find a mountain and ultimatum them, if they have the flare to stay alive, okay, but then they're not lethaling me. So that's a lot safer. Also, now I can play Marmoset here, and then the Tactician stays tapped. So again, if they have the Cyclers to tap it, or they're forced to flare it, I stay alive. Yeah, it's pretty unlucky we didn't get another mountain, but it's okay. If they don't play anything pre-combat, I'm going to flash in the Great Shark. If they do cycle and tap it, I think they're still a little short of 12. I think they have about 9 cyclers in the yard. Plus, they could have flare and no cycler. We definitely want to fight right now. I wasn't going to play it on my turn because they might have drawn Lava Serpent and slapped down a 5/5 haste that I could Great Shark. But now I'm going to play it. If they cycle tap it, hopefully they can't 12 me with flare. I think they're at 9 still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this crystal makes 10. So for them to lethal me right now with flare, before I can ultimatum them for at least life, they would need to have 2 more cyclers into flare. So hopefully they don't have that. Okay, I'm going to start with the ultimatum because I might find cyclers. Target player gains 5. That's me. 5 damage to any target. That's you. Maybe it's the Tactician. So if they don't have flare, they're going to die anyway. Do I deal 5 to them or to the Tactician? There's no reason to attack first, I don't think. I might find a cycler or 2 and deal more with the Marmoset. Like, they might Zenith Flare the Great Shark in response, and then I might find a cycler or 2 off the ultimatum to deal more this turn with the Marmoset. So if they gain 10, they're at 12. So if they have flare, I think I'm going to deal the 5 to them. They can't flare me. They have, I don't think, to stay alive. They have to flare one of my creatures. And if they're not flaring me, then the Tactician's 2 a turn doesn't matter. So I think we go face, because I'm worried about decking, because I only have 5 cards left in my deck, and I don't need to kill Tactician, because they can't flare me to stay alive unless they have cyclers here. Okay, so now let's go to combat. We're attacking for 7. Well, I guess they chose Death Before Dishonor. If they would have flared the Great Shark, they could have stayed alive, but they would have another 5 life, and then I would just Prophecy away the Tactician. I'm at 7. I'm pretty comfortable. That was a good match. I'm going to refill my iced tea. I'll be right back. That is lucky, the real Merrick. How are you doing? Alright, we'll play first. Oh, I forgot to go down a land like I meant to. Oh well, maybe before next match. That was the first match. The plan for today, 3 best of 3s. Play all 3 out, obviously. The only way we don't play 3 rounds in one of these is if we're 0-2. Again, for anybody who misses the draft, all the streams are on YouTube. So you can always go back and watch the draft portion on there if you tune in the middle and you want to see how the deck was drafted. So we're definitely cycling. Even though we're nowhere near Serpent, I think Will makes more sense. We kind of want to put spells in the graveyard anyway with all these Wolverines. I'm going to play Wolverine over Reflection because Wolverine doesn't have haste. If we draw land, we can go Reflection, Cycle, hit them for 8. If we don't draw a land, I'll hit for 3 and play another Wolverine, probably. Okay, sadly, no land. We have no ability to kill the mana producer. But we do have 2 cycling spells to turn on the double strikers. So I'm just going to hit for 3 and play another Wolverine. Next turn, we can cycle both these if we want to. Probably Gorgonzola. I do a lot of drafting, both on and off stream. Thank you, MTG Master and Urza's Taco Truck. Appreciate the subscriptions. Okay, so I think we forced them to block with Gigantha here. It trades with one of the Wolverines. The other hits for 6. I don't expect Shredded Sails to be on against a Jund deck. I kind of want to just cycle these, see what we get. Make my land drop, work towards Serpent Sphere. I'm not that worried about being able to turn on Reflection later. If they take it, I might just cast Reflection and play the tap land and just hit them for 6, not 12. But if they block, I'll double cycle. Then I trade Wolverine for Gigantha and hit them for 6. But they took it. No need to double cycle. We can just put the Reflection out now. Teamer, sorry, not Jund. I don't know why I said that. I see those are islands. I'll look into that sweet name. I'm not, like, opposed, but I don't, like, have any of that really set up or anything. I don't know how to do it. I'm sure it's not that hard, but I only used on tap, really, just for looking at my deck during the game. I'm not opposed to getting the data or to using it for other things. I just personally don't, like, I haven't. I live in Plantation, which is a suburb of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Just about 10 minutes west of Fort Lauderdale. Ooh, bigger Ben. Alright, let's see. We can swallow whole, but why? I'm not really worried about anything with 1 mana. If they want to trade Parcel Beast for Wolverine or Gigantha for Wolverine or Reflection, I'm happy with that. So I think it's time to just cycle. I'm from here, and Rachel actually did kind of move for the weather. Her parents are in the military, and she spent a decent chunk of her childhood in Guantanamo, and she always liked, like, the warm weather. I just moved because she wanted to move for the weather and because my family and friends are mostly here. Sarasota, it's in Florida. It's not that close. It's, like, 3 to 4 hours away. Sarasota's, like, near Tampa on the west coast. Fort Lauderdale's near Miami. I think the Navy, I don't know the details really that well. I mean, I didn't know her then, obviously. I have met her parents. It's cool. I mean, she grew up in Northern Virginia. She lived in Guantanamo from when she was, like, 6 to when she was, like, 10 or something. But she said she always liked the warm weather. Okay, no big deal. We trade. Move about our business. Thank you, Cave Cub. Appreciate that subscription. Yeah, South Florida doesn't get cold. Like, cold is like 65. Warm is like 95. Ironically, though, when I was outside of DC for the past 2 years, everyone warned me about the cold, but it really didn't get cold. I mean, like, you know, it snowed a couple of times, and it was, like, in the 20s and 30s, and then it warmed back up to the 40s and 50s. But everyone I know there said it was just, like, 2 unseasonably warm winters. It normally is like colder more than that. That the past 2 winters were just warm ones. I don't want to do the math while I'm playing. I mean, it's 5. If you want to do the math to convert it to Celsius, it's 5/9 minus 32. I think is the conversion. But this is a good game. I don't feel like stopping and thinking about it. Okay, so we want to go to a 6/6 so we can attack past this Terran. So let's just swallow whole the good one. Is that not what I said? 5/9 minus 32? I guess we're not casting Starling Development. I should have cycled that before I cast whatever I just cast, but okay. Hey, what's up, Musaster? I can't do anything about that rock slide, unfortunately. Oh, the other orders, sure. So I want to draw the card in case I draw a land and can Prophecy it away. But that does give me 1 less turn to deal with this Terran. It's kind of annoying that it has hexproof. It's probably worth it, though, because if I draw spells, I can play them, and a 3/6 isn't that hard for me to race, deal with, beat, whatever. If I draw lands, prophesying them away is like getting me 1 turn sooner anyway. So I think I'll just take this hit. So now I need a land in order to be able to ultimatum. Almost any land will do, right? 2 blue, 3 white, and 3 red. So yeah, I already have the 2 white, 2 blue, and 3 red. So I just need any land. So I think I'm just going to Prophecy main phase in case I draw a tap land. Get rid of Capture Sphere. Even though Capture Sphere looks good, I really just wanted to dig up a land, and we do have 1 more tap land, and I wanted to make sure I could ultimatum. If they don't kill me or counter the ultimatum, I should win. I have Zenith Flare, I have more creatures, but now I'm gaining 5 and drawing 5. So let's gain 5, deal 5 to their creature, draw 5 as well, being the key. And now if we find Flare, I'm pretty sure it's going to be for 7 and lethal. If not, we've got Marmoset, another Cycler or 2. See if we can dig up that Flare. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to try and Flare for the win. I'll do it during their upkeep. No reason to give them a draw step, but if they play something end of turn, I can respond. If they have a counter, I at least want to make them tap mana on their turn. Zenith Flare is such a silly Magic card. Okay, I don't think there's much to change. I do want to take out that 1 island, like I said, especially when we're going to be on the draw. Didn't really see enchantments to kill. Just brought in a Cycler. This is round 2. Draft 1, round 2. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, Zenith Flare is a cycling, enabler, but the problem with Zenith Flare, it's just too good for an uncommon. If you want this card to hit players, which it does need to do to be a standard playable, then it should be mythic or rare. Probably mythic, but I understand they don't like to make spells mythic, but it really should be. If you want to make it an uncommon, then it just can't hit players. It would be a cool card if it didn't hit players and limited. You'd gain a bunch of life, so you'd have more time to cycle and draw more cyclers and do your deck's thing. But the fact that it hits players just makes it too good to be an uncommon and limited. Like, honestly, it's just that simple. LSV actually said this right away, and just completely true. Like, if it didn't hit players, it would be a nice card for the cycling deck, not broken. It would help you buy time. It would allow your deck to do its thing, kill a big creature. But it wouldn't be like some game-ending mythic. It just shouldn't hit creatures. I mean, players. the thing is, if it didn't hit players, it wouldn't be standard playable. So if you want, you have two choices. Either you make it mythic because you want it to be standard playable, or you make it not hit players if you want it to be an uncommon and for limited. Those are your choices. Can't be an uncommon and hit players. You can't do both of those. You have to pick one. That is even under Wizards' own logic. They normally say, look, the mythics, we understand they're broken and limited, but they're for standard. Uncommons and commons are designed for standard. That's mostly what they say. That's mostly their explanation. I'll buy that. So if you want to make Zenith Flare an uncommon, can't hit players. It's a limited card. It needs to just be removal, not a game-ending spell that's on count. You know, like a game-ending spell you can't interact with at uncommon. If you want to design it for standard, it needs to hit players, then you make it a mythic or at least a rare. I didn't really want to fake scatter by leaving that up because they could tap the they could tap the Jagatha for mana and use it to cast things. It just seems a bit unnecessarily risky. So this time they went flying. What do we want to do? It's not a great situation. I didn't see much instant removal, so I think I'm going to pass and just go for the Great Shark. Even though I'm not countering anything, if it eats the Great Horn, I'll be pretty happy. I really didn't want to use 3 mana instead of 5. It's a pretty splashy, big, powerful card. Like, I know it's a spell, not a creature. But I think as far as a mythic spell goes, I think it pretty much hits that, right? Like, if you're going to have mythic spells. Alright, so we can't block the flyers, but we can try and race. These gain life. Now we've got Wolverine and Marmoset. We've got a removal for the 1/3 blocker. I mean, we could remove the 1/3 flyer as well, potentially. But we'll make that decision next turn. Looks like they've got a couple fritters of their own. Let's see what we draw. Alright, so another 3/2 double striker, but nothing as far as cycling. We're at 6. We're at effectively 7, because we're going to play a tap land post-combat. So they have 4 and 4. So they have a 2-turn clock. If we kill the Glimmerbell, then it's a 3-turn clock. But right now they could double block our Great Shark. Or they could trade, like, Marmoset for Wolverine. I think if I kill the Ceratops... I'm sorry, if I kill the Marmoset, they have no real block on Wolverine or Great Shark other than a chump block. And then next turn I can play another Wolverine. They're pretty low. The Wolverine blocks the Ceratops if they brick. So I think what we want to do... Oh, wait, never mind, because the 2 damage will be on the Great Shark. So then they could block it with the Ceratops and trade. So that's not as good as I was thinking. So in that case, I think I'm just going to attack with these 2 and fight off the Glimmerbell. Because that makes it an extra turn of me being able to attack on the ground. Because I'm effectively at 8. And so it's because I'm not really at 6 because he's gain a life. So killing the bell actually changes the clock by a turn. If I would have fought the Great Shark on the Wolverine and then I attacked with the Great Shark, it would be a 5/4 on the Marmoset, I mean, it would be a 5/4 with 2 damage on it, so effectively a 5/2, and then they could block it with Ceratops. So that's why I didn't make that play. I would take Fox over the Ultimatums, but I would take the Ultimatums over quite a few decent uncommons. But Fox is like the second best cycling card after Zenith Flare. Well, hello there, Ultimatum. Okay, so I was just going to be able to attack. I guess now we'll just start by ultimating Ceratops. Target player gains 5. Deal 5 to your best creature that I can target. This one's a 3/6, so 5 doesn't kill it. I think Fox is better than Rescuer. Turn 1 Fox is so broken. Rescuer's great too. I think it's the next best one. I don't think it was worth it to go face. We removed a good blocker. This thing could grow if they draw a spell. They're in pretty dire straits. We really just wanted to make sure we live and that they couldn't sneak in a victory somehow. Because when you're drawing 5 cards, you're going to be in a winning position after that. Like, look how good this game is looking now. We have Scatter for the next creature. They have a Chump Block. That's it. Guess I should have cycled Claws first, because I still have plenty of mana. I deserve that. If I would have cycled first, I would have played this, cycled this, and won the game. But we can scatter a mutate creature, so I mean, they pretty much can't win. Thank you, I yank 'em. Appreciate the subscription. It's kind of a punt. Like I said, they pretty much are dead regardless. Because if they drew like a big mutato, I would just scatter it. If they drew removal, I mean, they have to kill Reflection and that through charge, like... I should have cycled pre-combat, and then I would have won the turn before, but they basically had no ability to win. The real punt is I forgot to lower the land count by 1 again. And I'm going to play the tap land turn 1, so I have Scatter up turn 2. Then I can cycle into their turn to pull up land 3, or Scatter if they play like Essence Symbiote or some good 2-drop. I meant to, I just forgot again. What's the best cantrip ever? Ponder? I don't know. Preordain or Ponder? Alright, end of turn. I'm going to cycle this. And I'm going to cycle the Go for Blood as well. We don't have any creatures. See what we draw. I'm not going to play the Crystal, I don't think, because I don't want to flood. We are playing 14 and a Crystal. I think I'll probably cycle it. Unless I draw the Red Ultimatum, the Jeskai Ultimatum in the next card or two. Especially now that we have Zenith Flare. Help fuel that. Just play a long control-ish game with our removal and our Flare. This format is not as good as Dominaria. It's fine. This format's about as good as Theros or Throne to me. I enjoy it. It's not an all-time great. There's a few glaring mistakes. Cycling is too broken. Companions are broken. But I enjoy the format. I'm happy to play it for its few months. This is kind of a loose use of Flare, but if they block, I'm gonna, or don't block for that matter, actually, I guess. I'm gonna Flare the Fertilid, I think. Turn on the Double Strike. Prevent them from getting lands. I mean, since I do have the Flare opening hand here, I can't expect it to deal a million in my deck. I'm not even really on the high side for cyclers. But this is now a 3/2 double strike, and then I can capture Sphere their next creature, scatter a creature. I don't really think it makes more sense to cycle and try and flare them for 5 or something like that. The things I said were broken are cycling and companions. And it's not like there's one companion, like, oh, there's one broken rare. There's 10 companions. And pretty much the mechanic itself is broken and limited. So between the cycling deck being way too good and companions being kind of gross, I'm not going to say this format can be an all-time great. I think it's good. Like, I think it's fun. Mutate, they did a really good job with. Cycling itself is one of the best, I think the best limited mechanic ever for playing, for decision-making and stuff like that. But, like I said, the cycling deck is just too good. They just went a little overboard. See if we get Prophecy in response. That's why I'm cycling in response. Sadly, we did not. The only thing I think they messed up in all of Dominaria, I think Navigator's Compass was pretty much unplayable, and Traveler's Amulet would have been a really sweet card in that format because it would have triggered Historic, and the format was really slow. So the only thing about all of Dominaria that I would pretty much change is I would switch Navigator's Compass to Traveler's Amulet. I mean, look, like, I would remove Multani, I would remove Siege Gang. I'm not saying the format was literally perfect. But as far as every format's got some broken rares, and there was great removal to deal with them. But as far as, like, just, like, mistakes, I think Navigator's Compass was near unplayable, and Traveler's Amulet would have been a really cool fixer in the Navigator's Compass slot. Speaking of, let's start by cycling, and then I expect to capture Sphere of the Poacher, but might as well cycle first. I'm not casting that right now. Similarly, still have enough mana to play a land and capture Sphere. I don't think it super matters. We have 3 red, 3 blue. No, I should have played the red, so we'd have 3 red, 2 blue, and 2 white, but I'll play it next turn as long as they don't make me discard. First, let's attack in case they want to chump with the bug. No reason to show them that we're going to Spear the Poacher. In fact, now that there's no other creature to sack, I can even let them untap the Poacher. Just spear it in response to whatever they play. But if they play some super broken creature, maybe I'll want to spear that instead. Who knows? Spear, sphere, sphere, spear. We have a command, #pronunciation. It'll tell you how I say things. Hit command pronunciation if you want the answer to how I pronounced it, Kotzwagen. I never drafted a Homelands. I did my first drafts in, like, Mirage, Visions, Weatherlight, sometime in that block. Very funny, Zagzex. My Magic players, they are great. My pronunciation, not so much. Not so great. I think Ikoria, Theros, and Eldraine are all, like, fun, nothing special. Not all-time greats. But they're all fun. I like that they're so different from each other. Like, Theros is a really low-power, really grindy set. Ikoria is a really high-power, really, like, hard-hitting set. So they're kind of opposite back-to-back, so that's kind of nice. Dominaria, Champions, M20, Modern Masters 1. So let's see. Do we Prophecy in response? We won't have to discard. We'll get to cycle away the land. That looks pretty good. I mean, they still get the 4/4 and the bug comes back. But it's not like we're a control deck. And the 4/4 can't block the 5/5. So we'll just dig. That's actually a pretty good card to cast right now. If they want to chump with a 4/4, I'm ecstatic. If they take it, then we draw a card the same as if we cycled it, but it stays in play. So now they're caught between a rock and a hard place. So let's see. Red, 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 blue, blue. So I need to play the cliffs. Then I get red, 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 blue, blue, white, white. I didn't want to play it, because now if they have a mutate on the Cavern Whisper, I have to discard the ultimatum. But I didn't have the lands to cast the ultimatum without playing the Swiftwater Cliffs. That's why I was checking. If I already had ultimatum mana for next turn without the Cliffs in play, I would not have played the Cliffs. But since I don't, I played the Cliffs. No breaks for me ever. That playing the island a few turns ago, you're right. If I had played the mountain, then I would have had ultimatum mana. I would have bottomed the island with the prophecy, and then I would have held the cliffs, because I would have already had ultimatum mana. You're right. You're right as usual, chat. Very true, Cotswagon. Like, it wouldn't make sense for them to slap, like, a Great Horn or a Cavern Whisper on the Cavern Whisper at that point. But Archipelagor being so big and tapping down my Serpent, it did make sense. Well, the Recon Mission was good. I mean, it drew a card immediately and then sits in play to draw more cards threatening. The real mistake was 2 or 3 turns ago, as was said, playing that island instead of the mountain. I guess we can start by cycling the will. Then we can make our decision involving Swallowhole. I'm probably going to Swallowhole this Archipelagor. Rather than attack and let them chump block. I don't want to die to +1/+1 or something. But no real reason not to do our other cycling and card drawing first. We still have... No, I used the Zenith Flare early, and the ultimatum's gone, so we have to make sure we do close here with the 6/6. I could end up decking, because they could chump it every turn with the Coil Bug. I still have Snare Tactician. What, 1 Wolverine left? I have 2 Wolverines, I think. And Marmoset. So I have some creatures left to close with. I didn't have another white. Not sure if the auto tapper got me or it tapped correctly. But either way, I didn't have another white. Okay, so now I'm going to attack with the Serpent. They're going to chump with the Bug. And then I can play Healer and I still have Great Shark up. Then when they attack with the 3/5, I'll flash in the Great Shark and eat it. Maybe I won't even do that. Maybe I'll just take it. And then I can Great Shark the Bug. The only thing is I don't want to die to a pump or something, even though it's unlikely. And if they have removal... I win, because they can kill the Great Shark, but then they have to chump the Serpent with the Graphid. I'm going to win this game. So, yeah, if they go to combat and attack, I'll bring in the Great Shark. Pretty nice eating a 3/5 with a 5/4. And then I don't need to counter Bug. If they don't have removal here, then if they bring back Bug and play it, I have 2 lethal threats anyway. Because remember, this is dying if they don't have anything when I block it. And if they do have a pump spell, better to block it here than die to the pump spell, so... And that doesn't save them. A lot of the games are pretty fun in this format. It is a good format. Yeah, you gotta love how this thing counters creatures and artifacts, because, you know, it's Jaws and it eats boats and humans. Wizards thinks they're so cute with that flavor stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna take out an island like I keep doing on the draw. Let's see what we want to bring in. They're double poacher, little grindy black deck. Just gonna bring in the double strike thing as usual. I mean, I don't have, like, official confirmation, but I assume that's why it counters exactly artifacts and creatures. It's supposed to be Jaws. You go first. They chose to draw. Yuck. I gotta keep this, though, right? We have 1 mana cycler, 1 mana cycler, 1 mana cycler, 2 mana counter, card drawing. I can't mull this. I'd feel a lot better if I was on the draw. But with 3 1-mana cyclers, a 2-mana counter, card drawing, like, I'm just not going to mull this hand. It's just not how I roll. Come on. Whew. So what can we do? 2-mana cycler or leave up scatter. If we leave up scatter, we have to discard. So I think it's just 1 or 2-mana cycler. We don't have that many 1-mana cyclers to draw. So I think it's going to be 2-mana cycler first because I want to spend more mana. No love. What do we discard? I have no idea. What do we discard? I don't want to discard the ultimatum, even though it's my expensive spell. I have the card drawing. I have a lot of stuff to get there. I really don't want to discard any of this. I need the Wolverine for Swallow Hole, the Fire Prophecy to dig up lands. My hand's actually pretty good. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to discard here. I have to discard something. What do I discard? I can't discard Crystal. I need the lands, and I have the ultimatum if I get the lands, the rest of them. Yeah, maybe I don't have time to cast Of One Mind. I think that's the discard. Because I don't have a human, so I'd have to pay 3 for it. Next turn, if I draw a land, I can play Crystal and cycle Memory Leak. If I don't, maybe they give me something to Prophecy. And then hopefully I can dig up the land and then cycle Memory Leak. I think it was between Scatter and Of One Mind. I think those were the choices, really. Okay, so there's nothing to Prophecy and no land, so we start by cycling. Now that we did draw the land, I'll just pass the turn. If they play something I can Prophecy, I will. If not, then I'll cycle into their turn. Still a game. I don't think we're a favorite, of course, but if I draw one more land, I can play Wolverine and Swallow Hole the Heron. And I have, like, a cycling card and a Prophecy to help dig up that land. Like I said, we're certainly an underdog, but I think this is a winnable game. Let's see what they have for this turn. Sure, that's not that threatening a creature. I can't Prophecy it, but it's not that threatening. Gonna be tight, but if they don't have their Archipelagor, we could win. We can't really beat anything else, but I mean they could add like a 3/3 to the board or whatever. But as long as if they don't have like, you know, much else, we do have Crystal, and then our 4/3 stops their 2 creatures, and then we have Scatter and into Ultimatum. So like we can win if they don't really have anything else good. Oh, that's not really that bad a game changer for us. So I'm gonna play the Crystal here. I don't mind conceding to removal. If they have a creature, I have Scatter mana up. If they don't have a creature, end of their turn, I can cycle and then work my way towards Ultimatum, hopefully in 2 turns. Next turn, I can play Wolverine with Scatter up. Yuck. I can't do anything right. I really didn't think they had that. Surprised they didn't use it on their turn to kill my Wolverine. I guess it was tapped, so they didn't need to. So they got me. But it would have been really hard to beat a removal anyway. I wasn't really trying to play around that from that position. Remember, if I put out the other 3/2, I'm not putting out the Crystal. I have less mana to work with over the next couple turns. And it's only trading with one of the 2/4s anyway. So, like, yeah, I'm not dead, but I don't think it would be, like, the right call. Okay, well, now I only have one mana cycler and not 3, so I'm going to ship this. No luck here at the finals of this draft. Mulligan to 1-lander into a 1-lander. Again, no 1-mana cyclers this time. I have to mull. I'm even playing 14. Where are the lands? Alright, well, I can't mull this. Sip that. Keep our cheap stuff, I guess. Hopefully we can win this game with Marmoset. I don't know. Prophecy could help us dig up lands. Thank you for the subscriptions, Old School and Dead Man on Fire. Appreciate the support as my deck flounders. It was a good run until this finals. Until game 2 and 3. I do plan to stream tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. Same time, same place, same drafts. Different day. Alright. Hopefully it's not too late. Assuming we cycle, we find another land. We've got some stuff to do. I didn't stream yesterday. It was my mom's 70th birthday, so I went over to my parents' house and just hung out with them instead. Nice. So now we can prophecy that. Hopefully dig up lands. Guess I'll get rid of Swallowhole. Stream's not ending soon. This is only the first draft of 3. We're going to do 2 more of these best of 3 drafts and play them all the way through. We're only a little less than a third of the way through tonight's stream. Congrats, Dark Catfinite. Cool Magic card, and you know I love cats. Alright, Don't know if they're going to have removal or not, but we're going to find out, because if they don't have Blood Curdle in hand, we have the 1-mana Cycler. So we can activate Reflection in combat, eat that Jeraphid. Oh, that's great. Thank you for the compliment, Jodu Thanes. Alright, let's find out if they have it or not. I'm not, like, afraid. It's not a blowout. We cycle, we draw our card. But if they don't have the Curdle or some other instant, we get to eat a 3/5. That's awesome. If they do, they kill it. We take our 5, and we see what we have for next turn. Marmoset or Capture Sphere. Not bad, not bad. I see no need to Capture Sphere a 2/4. I should have played the Mountain. I'm further from Ultimatum this way, but I don't have any double red spells, so it's not that big of a deal. If they make me discard the Mountain, we know that the Ultimatum's on the bottom. Unfortunately, I mulled the 5 this game, so I had to put it on the bottom. Okay, I don't really see any decisions. They didn't have Blood Curdle 2 turns ago, or they wouldn't have used Ram Through and gotten 2 for 1. Put out our 5/5. If they Archipelagore, we've got Capture Sphere to tap it down for good after that. We'll take the 1 hit for 7. We're still at 15. This game's looking alright. We know they're not really holding Blood Curdle, unless they drew it this turn. We're not really that afraid of Archipelagore, because we can take a hit for 7 and then Capture Sphere. So, game's actually looking alright as far as a multi-5 goes. I don't want to miss the 5 damage, so I'm definitely going to Capture Sphere now, but let's start by cycling Memory Leak, see what we get. I guess I might just not cycle that. I can make that decision end of turn, see what they do. Because we're putting them to 11, so we might just, if they play like a couple small creatures, we might Frostveil Ambush, or if they play something bigger than our Lava Serpent, we might just hard cast Frostveil here. No, when you mulligan. Oh yeah. So the way mulliganing works, you draw 7, you take a mulligan, you shuffle, you draw 7, you take a mulligan, you shuffle, you draw 7. Whenever you keep, you then bottom however many cards equal to the number of mulligans you took. So in paper, it's the same. The Ultimatum would be on the bottom as well. Yeah, so we'll see what they do. Because we have the ambush if we want to tap things down, and then we can try and attack for the win. If we draw a land, we can play ambush and Raking Claws for double strike for lethal. So, I mean, if they play a chump blocker, I'm just going to cycle, because, I mean, who cares if they chump block? But I probably want to cycle on my turn to pump the Marmoset anyway. So I'm not going to cycle end of turn, see what we draw. Now I think I am going to cycle, though. I'm not going to play a land, cast the ambush, cast the claws. If they don't have a removal, I'm in a very good position anyway. I know the chat's about to say miss lethal, because y'all love the lethal people every chance you get. Yes, I know I have lethal if I Frostveil Ambush, cast claws. But what if this card in their hand is Blood Curdle or Flash Creature? It's just so unnecessary. So I'm going to cycle the claws. I'm going to cycle the ambush here. Now I can go for lethal in a much less scary way for me. I can now cycle this Raking Claws. That gives me 11, so it's lethal if they have nothing anyway. But I'll get to draw a card off the cycle, tap the blocker, and I get an extra Tactician in play. So if they have nothing, I have lethal. If they have something, it's not nearly as big a blowout, because I got the cards off the cycling. Will we win Game 3 of the Finals on a multi-5? You don't win that often on a multi-5. Feels pretty good to win. Do they have anything? Ah, they drew the Curdle. So the game continues. So Zenith Flare is lethal, so we're on at least a 1-outer. I am 2-0 right now. This is the finals. If we draw a Cycler, we can tap that Great Horn and just lethal them. If we draw Zenith Flare, that's lethal. So we're in pretty good shape, especially since we drew Scatter. So if they draw a creature, we could scatter it. If they play something meaningful. I wouldn't scatter like a random 2-2 right now. But if they play like Bushmeat Poacher, I'm going to scatter that because they could sack this and gain 7. If they play anything big, I'll scatter it. If they play like Coilbug or like Essence Symbiote or something, I won't scatter that. This is a spot where I'll scatter anything big or like a Bushmeat Poacher, but I wouldn't scatter anything small. That doesn't really stop me. And that's certainly the latter. No need to scatter a Naturalist here. Red, 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 blue, blue, white, white. Looks like we're already pretty good regardless. I'm going to hold 1 land for Cavern Whisperer, I guess. Even though right now I'd probably scatter Cavern Whisperer. Actually, maybe I wouldn't. Because it would have to go on Great Horn, not Naturalist. I'm probably scattered if they cast it as a 4/4 Menace. I probably wouldn't scatter it if they mutate it on a Great Horn, because then they still just have 1 real creature. So let's see. Does that change anything? It turns this into a 4/5 Vigilance, which can then attack, and I can't block it, so I'm taking 4 a turn. The Kahira itself can't attack or block into the Marmoset, but the problem is since it pumps the Great Horn, this turns into a 4/5, which I have no block on, so I'm going to scatter it for that reason. Come on, deck. A Cycler is really good. A Zenith Flare wins the game. I've got of 1 mind to draw cards. I can't really double block a 4/5. I have 4 power. So if I take 3, I'm at 6. I tack back. They take 2, they're at 3. They don't have lethal. If they attack, I can attack again. Or I could double block. Guess double block looks pretty good. I want this game to go as long as it can. I have Zenith Flare. I have of 1 mind. Just sitting around, hoping to draw Zenith Flare for lethal. It's pretty nice being Psychic, I gotta admit. Upkeep is the correct time. Did I not set a stop? Oops. I meant to set a stop during their upkeep, I just missed. Now we'll do it end of turn because they already have their card. It's pretty nice to be me, Vajre. Assuming this resolves. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. Boom! Mold to 5, no problem. 1 draft, 1 broken cycling deck, 1 trophy. And let's get into the second draft of the day. Can we add quote? What are we adding? It's pretty nice to be me. It really is. Can't complain. Hop right in? Sure, I don't mind. I do not know my win rate on Arena. I have no clue. I don't think the best of 3 and best of 1 drafters draft together. I think they're separate queues. Yeah, I barely know how to use Untapped. Like, I never use the website or anything. I just have the, like, app so that I can, like, check my deck during the games. I don't know what's going on. Let's try again. We did get the 3-0, even despite a mole for 5. These are good. Trader Joe's coconut cashews. Should we back-to-back ultimatum draft? I do love an ultimatum. Grim Dancer would be my choice if we don't take ultimatum. Oh, no, sorry, there's a Blood Curdle. I think Blood Curdle's better than Grim Dancer. Especially pick one, pack one, because you can splash it. I do like starting with the ultimatums, though, because then you can draft fixers and dual lands pretty aggressively and make sure you're able to cast them. Sorry, Slave. After making me feel old talking about Thicket Basilisk lore on Twitter, you're banned from the stream. I apologize. Yeah, Runa's Ultimatum's really good. Easy Blood Curdle now. Trumpeting Gnar is a little better than Blood Curdle, I think. But following up a Broken Rare, we can take the on-color best common in the set. Instant speed removal is really good in this format, because Mutate basically gives a creature haste. You get a big creature with haste. So instant speed removal that deals with big creatures is really at a premium. That means like Blood Curdle and Capture Sphere are really all-stars. Fine, I'll make my face smaller. I guess you'd rather watch the draft than watch my face. It's understandable. I don't really love that enchantment. I mean, we are looking to draft Mardu. So all of our creatures will be red, white, and black. I mean, the card is fine. I'll obviously play it if I draft it. I think Flamespill might just be the pick, though. I don't think the enchantment's horrible or anything. I think it's, like, powerful but situational. I think Flamespill is just better. We could draft, like, a Mardu cycling deck. This way we can pull up the ultimatum every game. Make our land drops up to 7. Like, so far we just have removal. And this is 2 of the cycling colors as well. I think we take Snare Tactician. See what comes, but for the most part, if we can draft some 1-mana cyclers, and then we can pull up our ultimatum, we can make our land drops, and then we have removal and cycling. Okay, well, I like Farfinder since I have the ultimatum. That will also help us hit our land drops. It's a good card to lock up early. I don't know exactly where this deck's going, but I know that we have a Mardu Runas Ultimatum deck. Thank you, El Putito. I know this is a tough time in the world for everybody. I do really appreciate everyone who does support my stream. Thank you for the subscription, El Putito. So now let's consider Revolving Wilds and Startling Development. 1 mana off-color cycling spell, but that's still, you know, it's a 1 mana cycler with Tactician. We might get Wolverines. But we're not committed to cycling at all. We just have 1 Tactician. So this time I think we want to go with Evolving Wilds. Tactician is excellent, but it's not the power level of Zenith. That said, we're not really seeing much that's compelling. Like, I don't want to draft, like, Momentum Rumbler. Like, it's fine. I would rather have Cyclers to go with the Tactician to play long games and win with Ultimatum. So now I will take the development. Pretty easy Wolverine now. Development, Cycles, goes to the yard. Blood Curdle and Spill go to the yard. Wolverine is just excellent in these decks. Poacher's fine, but these decks don't have that many creatures. I'd much rather have a 3 mana 3/2 double strike. Y'all know how much I hate this card. I'm going to give you a little spoiler here now. In the CFP Pro article for this week, I wrote about the top 5 underperforming cards in this format. Clash of Titans may have been my number 1. I hate this card. I really think it sucks. Alright, on color dual land. I like that. Wow, we got the rare back, but there's also a 1-color duel. This card's good with the cycling deck, though. We don't have any yet, but if we get any Drannith Healers or Drannith Stingers, we can cycle them away, then exile them, get a 1/1 copy, and then they still sit in play to ping the opponent. So I'm going to take the rare over the land. Our mana's pretty good. We already have a Farfinder to fix the mana, and then we also have Bloodfell Caves and Wilds, and we're only in pack 1. I didn't take Offsprings for the memes. I never draft for the memes. Like, this is exactly what I would draft in a Pro Tour. We just already have Farfinder, Caves, and Wilds. And this card, I don't love Revenge, but it is solid. And it's really good with Drannith Stinger and Drannith Healer. So, I mean, we'll draft those pretty aggressively now for a little Mardu Cycler. Look, some days, it's just your day. Okay, look. I like this bat. I have no problem with it being double black. This is a broken rare, and I was lucky to open it. No, I'm kidding. Of course, I'm going to take Zenith Flare. Zenith Flare is the unbeatable mythic uncommon of the format. It's like Risen Wreath. It's hard to interact with. It's a 1-card combo deck. Just wins the game. We don't have a ton of Cyclers yet, but we also only had 1 Snare Tactician. Now that we have a Snare Tactician, 2 Wolverines, and the Zenith Flare, we'll prioritize cycling really highly the rest of the way. And Valiant Rescuer is no decision now, of course. It's another card that's great with Revenge, too. And we are Mardu cycling for real. So now we're going to take one of the 1-mana cyclers. The question is which. I think it's the Vantasaur. This isn't Power-Up Wolverine, right? It's just instants and sorceries. But we can cycle this, then exile it with Revenge. So we'd rather have instants and sorceries maybe than Vantasaur because we have double Wolverine. But we'd rather have Vantasaur than, like, an enchantment that could possibly give haste to something. Because of Revenge, I think Vantasaur is just a better card for us. Like I said, we need instants and sorceries for these double Wolverines, more than we need the ability to cycle Vantasaur to exile with Revenge. Now there's Go for Blood. another good 1-mana cycler, and it is an instant or sorcery, and it's just a good fight spell, removal spell. Yeah, maybe since we got Flare, I won't even play Revenge. We'll have to see how this draft shakes out. I agree it's a non-bow with Flare, but don't forget, you're making 1/1s, like, every turn that can attack or block. Like if they kill Valiant Rescuer, and we bring it back, then we cycle and make more 1/1s, that's pretty good. And Flare is excessive anyway, so I don't know if we're going to play Revenge or not. We'll have to see how the rest of the draft shakes out. I don't think these cards matter. There was no cyclers. That pack is just horrible for us. Even though I do want to draft more lands, I'm not taking pretty much anything over 1-mana cycling spells. Now that we have Zenith Flare, we want to get our cycling count up. We also have Rescuer and Tactician and Double Wolverine. So 1-mana cycling, instant, and sorceries are the nuts for us. We're taking them over pretty much everything. Somebody asked me to open the chest. I will after a pick or two. And let's get back to the draft. Okay, so now there's no 1-mana cycling spell. There's a 2-mana cycling spell that's pretty good. And there's Bloodfell Caves. I think with Double Wolverine, we're taking Will, right? +2/+2 can be really strong with Double Strike. Now we'll take a 2-mana cycling spell, even if it's off color. I'm pretty greedy. We already have Evolving Wilds, Caves, and Farfinder, so we're pretty good at casting all 3 colors. We still have a pack to go to get more fixers, and cycling cards help us hit our land drops and cast our spells too anyway. And that's another nice 1-mana cycler. The Crater came back. I don't think we're going to play the Revenge. No, I wouldn't play Sleeper Dart unless I had Loris or some combo with it. Looks like a pretty easy Prophecy. Blitz would be my second choice. I like Blitz in this deck, but I'd rather just prevent Flood, help dig up lands. Things that mitigate Flood and Screw are really good in this deck, because you're going to play a relatively low land count and cycle, cycle, cycle. So Flood is one of the main ways you lose, and Screw is one of the main ways you lose, because you're having to play a low land count that just digs through its deck. So I value Fire Prophecy extremely highly in these cycling decks. Hey, I see Kyle Rose in the house. What's up, Ham TV? The frequent trophy leader on Magic Online. Indisputably one of the best drafters of all time. Anybody who loves Limited, give a follow to the Ham TV. You're making a serious mistake if you don't. Omniseize is really good, but so is Valiant Rescuer anyway. And we're already a 3-color deck, so this is an easy choice. Startling Development here, just a 1-mana cycling, instant or sorcery. We have a lot of good cycling payoff now. We have Zenith Flare, Double Wolverine, Tactician, Double Rescuer. So we really want 1-mana cycling, instants and sorceries whenever possible. This can't keep happening. It's not okay. It's not okay. This just isn't okay. It's one thing to get past a Valiant Rescuer. Like, look, Cycling's the best deck. There should be about 3 Cycling players out of every 8. Not 8, you know, like, it's okay for some... If you're drafting Cycling, the person passing to maybe isn't. You get past a Rescuer second, that's fine. But you should not be able to get Zenith Flare 4th pick, 5th pick. Like, this is just broken. Like, this shouldn't happen. People draft Cycling. Like, you know me, I don't force it. You watch my stream. I look for it. It's a great deck. If I open good Cycling cards, or the Flare, or the Fox, or whatever, I'm going to draft it almost every time. If I open Shore Shark or good Mutatos, then I'll draft that. And, you know, like, don't hard force Cycling, but it is the best deck. You should be looking for it. So, if we toss in 1 Forest, we have Farfinder and Evolving Wilds. So we can definitely cast Crasher. It doesn't work well with Runus Ultimatum, but Quartzwood Crasher's pretty broken, and we have Farfinder and Evolving Wilds to have 3 sources for 1 Forest. It's double red, it's only 1 green. We also have, like, Barrier Breach we might want to cast sometimes, so I think I'll go for it. For Crasher, I think it's worth it. Hey, also, Luis Salvato in the house. What's up, Luis Salvato? How was the attempt to get to #1? I know I helped you out last night when you stomped me. I played Lewis last night in a draft for fun, and he was 9th ranked Mythic when we played. So I think he's on a quest to get up to #1. Runus Ultimatum's still good in this deck. It's not like the key to the deck or anything. It's just a powerful card. I don't want that. Do I want Deadweight? Do I want Raking Claws? I'll take Deadweight to try and slow them down. We are kind of a late-game control-ish deck. Same thing, Rock Slide or Wolverine. Let's just check our count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We have a lot of cyclers. How are we on removal? Ultimatum, 2 flares. Man, we don't have a ton of great... Oh, we have Curdle and Spill. Pretty much good on everything. Oops. Well, I don't know what I got. I forgot to take a card. I was busy deciding. Oh, we got the Rock Slide anyway. Cool. Okay, easy Snare Tactician here. This pick isn't close. Now I think we can grab the red-green duel for just another free source to cast the Quartzwood Crasher. I don't think these cards matter. I'm going to take Clash, but I'm not going to play it. I hate that card, as you know. Grab a Cycler here. We're not blue, so we can't play of 1 Mine this time. Another reasonable Cycling instant or sorcery, and you even cast it sometimes. Although, I don't think we'll cast it that often, but you never know. Well, I don't think green is open. We haven't seen very many green cards. We saw the Crasher, but it's double red. So I'm guessing the people passing to us are just like a Mutato deck or 2. So let's see. Again, this is more like a 14-lander, I think. 1, 2, 3, 29. So we have to make a few cuts. Let's take a look at the deck. Okay, we're not playing any islands, of course. The central color here is white. These are both red. Black's our lightest color. That's likely the correct mana. 5, 8, 11, 14. Oh, we have to put in 1 forest, though, so that we have 3 green sources and not just the rugged highlands. That'll give us 4 green sources. Farfinder, Forest, Highlands, and Wilds. So while I don't love it with the Ultimatum, we can still just get to 8 mana and play it if we draw the Forest. And then I assume we need early white pretty bad. We're not cutting any of the plains. It's the triple white one. And we have 2 rescuers, 2 tacticians. So I assume we'll cut a mountain. I don't think we need early red that much. We have a Fire Prophecy. Well, we have Fire Prophecy and 2 Wolverines. I lied. And we have a Rugged Highlands. Actually, I'm going to cut a swamp, not a mountain. Sorry, I lied to you. This gives us 2, 3 black, which means I'm going to cut Deadweight, which doesn't really fit our deck that well anyway, and isn't a great card in the format. Deadweight's another card that made my underperformers. This card has been first pickable in most of its formats. Look, I don't cut Deadweight from normal black decks. It's still a good card. It kills a 2 or 3 drop. But Deadweight is more, in my opinion, of like a 3rd to 6th pick than a 1st to 3rd pick. It's a good card. It's a solid playable, but it's not a first pickable card in this format. And our black is reasonably light. We've got 2 Swamps to Caves, Evolving Wilds, Farfinder, and a deck full of Cycling to get double black for Ultimatum and Blood Curdle. Also just to cast Leaks and Fumes and stuff like that. So now we got to cut 2 more cards. We're not cutting any of the Cycling Enablers. These are just good hard removal spells. We got the Flares to finish. I think Hampering Snare makes sense. Yeah, 2 mana off-color Cycling. We can't cast. That's just our worst card. Alright. 2 Zenith Flares, 2 Valiant Rescuers, Mardu Ultimatum, Quartzwood Crasher. Don't mind if I do. We have an emote that describes this deck perfectly. One of our new ones, if you haven't seen them. Thanks, Infested. Nah, it's greed is good, not life is good. Yeah, it's the greed emote. All right, let's see. We're a play first deck. Just dig through our deck. Janice nailed it. Somebody else did too. Selling. I don't love a 4-lander, but I'm not going to mold this on the play. We've got a 4-mana removal spell. I'll go get a Swamp right away. We'll dig up stuff. I'm definitely getting a Swamp. If I draw a Quartzwood Crasher, so be it. I have Ultimatum and Blood Curdle for black cards, as well as like Memory Leak, which I'll probably cast, not cycle, if I draw it in the next card or 2. I really am not psychic, I swear. Just a coincidence. But we're looking to play a long game. We have removal for their first good creature. So we're going to cycle our off-color card, and then we'll most likely just leak them. See what they have to work with, try and slow them down. So I don't care about the Swampso and First Strike at all. I don't care about the Cycling Fight card at all. So this is between Moloch and Day Squad Marshal. I think the Marshal is more of a problem. The only cycling card they can get back as of right now is this, which isn't going to do much. I don't want to have to kill the 3/3. It leaves a 1/1 behind. I think I'd rather exile that. Plus, it comes out a turn sooner than the 5-mana 4/4 here. So they do not have any removal, so Snare Tactician looks good. Yeah, I know I have Prophecy to hit the 3/3, but at the end of the day, I have Rockslide for the 4/4, and I have Prophecy. Prophecy already has a good target in Checkpoint Officer. And, like, a Mardu deck's creatures aren't going to be that big. Like, if they were a green-red deck, I might be more concerned with making sure I got a good target for Prophecy. But against a red-white deck, I'm just going to assume I'm going to be able to Prophecy something good for sure. So I'm going to cycle, just try and dig up our power cards. I don't think I need to cast Go for Blood. Yeah, I know I could go for Blood the 1/2. I just don't think I need to. Dig through my deck, find Valiant Rescuer, find our other power cards. I'm holding the land because if I do cast Prophecy on a turn, I'm going to bottom the mountain. Otherwise, I'll cycle the Will. If they go for Blood, we'll get them good with the Will here. Basically, life is good. And there we go. So this is a fight. So I could Prophecy in response and kill it. Or I could cast the Will and kill it. I have 2 different ways to blow them out here. I guess now that there's another nice target for Prophecy and Snare Tactician, I should Will. If they didn't have Snare Tactician out, I'd probably Prophecy. But I'm probably going to want to Prophecy Snare Tactician. So I'll just cast Will here. Okay, I think now we can go Farfinder, get a land, and then Prophecy. Kind of want a second red in play, I think. I've got the one forest, but I only have one green card. I have one double red card anyway. I'm going to bottom this mountain. Just keep working my way towards all our spells. And then if they play the 4/4 in their hand, the Moloch. Oh, they cycled it. Well, if they had played it and targeted the Go for Blood, I could always Rock Slide it away and they wouldn't have anything to fight with. So I'm going to cycle main phase because if we draw another cycler, we can cycle again on their turn. 1/1/1 per turn of Valiant Rescuer, but you can get one on your turn and one on theirs. Of course, we can attack and then cycle. I'm definitely attacking. I'm not afraid. If they have arrow, good beats. They have one unknown card. No clue what it is. Pouncing Shore Shark. That card is like a really, really big tempo swing in a really high-pressure tempo format. I'm a huge fan of Pouncing Shore Shark. I'm a big fan of Fire Prophecy too, but not as much as Pouncing Shore Shark. Now we can cycle again on their turn, get a 1/1, tap a blocker. Good game. I agree, all three Shark cards are first pickable. The Shark squad is very powerful. Okay, I doubt we're changing much. I could take out a land, but I'm not that worried about Flood with the stack. I've got the Crasher, the Ultimatum, 2 flares. Looks right to me. We 3-0'd with the Jeskai Ultimatum deck. So now we decided to also draft Mardu Ultimatum. Maybe next draft we'll go and get the Abzan Ultimatum. Make it an Ultimato kind of day. So I'm not going to cycle the 1-mana cycler turn 1 because we have the Rescuer. See what we draw. I'll probably play this on turn 2. But we could play it on turn 3 and cycle immediately. So if I draw like a tap land on turn 2, I might just put that into play or something like that. But it's not like it's that important we get a 1/1. And there aren't that many cheap ways to kill this, like Pacifism doesn't do it, Divine Arrow doesn't do it before I can cycle. We didn't see a Fire Prophecy out of them. Go for Blood means they have to have something out to fight. Hey, I won Game 3 of the finals last draft on a Mold of 5. Maybe Nerf can do it too. Ultimatum ranking? I don't know. Jeskai and Mardu are definitely the two best. Jeskai probably number 1. And then number 3, probably Abzan. Number 4, Teamer. And then number 5, the other one, Sultai. Searches for one of each. Maybe Sultai is, maybe Sultai is 4 and Teamer's 5. I think it's a pretty big drop-off after Abzan. I think Abzan, Jeskai, and Mardu are pretty broken. Teamer and Sultai are pretty unimpressive. Alright, if they want to go for Blood, they'll lose their creature too. It's a fight, not a bite. I'm not afraid. Plus, I already can play this next turn and use all my mana if I want to. So I'm casting Rescuer. I'm not holding it. Definitely I'm not going to block, though. Okay, I was already probably going to cycle overplay the Wolverine. We don't know how long this is going to live. I want to get my 1/1s. Now we drew a tap land to play, so I think that makes it pretty automatic. Remember, cycle now, because we might draw another cycler. And we did, so now I'm not going to play the tap land, because I want to cycle again on their turn, so I can make yet another 1/1. And I'll happily trade off my 1/1s for their healer. Of course, I don't really want to trade with the cat at the moment. I'll just take 1 from that and then attack back for 3. And I'm not scared of any tricks. If they want to use a trick, cool. I'll lose my 1/1s and then I'll just cycle more and make more. I don't know if I've cast Thwart the Enemy. It's a good question. I've cast Thwart. I used to play the Thwart Stasis deck back in like Masks Block Standard 20 years ago. I don't know if I've cast Thwart the Enemy or not. Okay, we're going to play one of our 3-drops in our tap land and attack for 3. The question is which 3-drop? We can turn on Double Strike pretty easily. We have removal we can cast next turn. So I think getting the Wolverine out now makes more sense than the Tacticianer. It means we don't have a block on the healer, but I think that we're in a position to just take 2. I mean, we're still at 18 after all. Hey, that's a good card. It would be a shame if somebody killed it. Alright, so what are we going to do? I definitely want to kill this Rescuer. Our choices are Prophecy or Spill. The only card that had 4 toughness has already been cycled that we saw. I think if we're not doing anything else this turn, we should Spill, because we'll deal 3 to them. Although, we could Prophecy and Tactician if we draw a land. Like, I'm going to bottom Plains. I'm not going to bottom Blood Curdle. We have like 4 or 5 black sources plus a bunch of cycling cards. So the question is, do we go Prophecy Rescuer, bottom Plains, or do we go Spill? Yeah, I'm going to attack first either way, but you want to plan your turn here. I think I'm going to Prophecy, because if I want to draw a new card now, because if I find a Cycler, I can cycle it and make more 1/1s with the Rescuer while it's alive. I think that's what puts it over the top. I think the fact that I have a Rescuer out means if I cast Prophecy, I can draw a new card this turn, and that's got value. Because if it's a Cycler, I can make 1/1s. So I'm going to... Let's not tap the Plains, though, because if we draw a non-Cycler, if we draw like a Plains or whatever, or if we draw like a Mountain or a Swamp, we want to cast Snare Tactician. Then Prophecy Rescuer, that's a much better creature than Healer. Alright, no help there. So this turn, we have the tap land, and we have Tactician or Spill. We don't have any Cyclers yet. I think we'd rather Spill Checkpoint Officer so that they can't start tapping Wolverine. There's no reason to do that now, though. So first, let's just attack. They can take 6 or chumple the 1/1. Then post-combat, I'm going to play the Caves and pass the turn to them. Even though this gives them the ability to draw a trick, they also might choose to not cast something because they want to spend their mana on the Tapper. So I'm going to Spill the Tapper end of their turn. Heroic Reinforcements can steal a game. If they opened a few packs of M20, I'm pretty scared of that. I have Double Strike, so I'm sorry. Well, now there's nothing to Flame Spill, really, so instead we'll just play Snare Tactician. Snare Tactician can block this whole board as a 2/3. That's great to hear. Enjoy drafting, Shino Sharigan. And don't worry if you make mistakes. I do every draft. My opponents do every draft. Draft is super hard. That's why it's the best. I don't care at all about that. Now we hit back for 9. The Tactician wasn't doing a ton anyway right now. I'm going to jump in the next cube, but I'm going to put that bag of cashews back, because I'm going to end up eating the whole bag, and that would be a bad thing. So I need to put this back in the kitchen. Fine, healthy snack in small quantities, but they're pretty fatty, and literally I would end up eating that whole bag if it stayed there. I love coconut. Thank you, Lunchbox Superhero. Appreciate the subscription. I did love packing lunch sometimes when I was in school. Lunchables for life, as any 90s kid can tell you. Whoa! Thank you, Juan SPC88, generously gifting out 5 subs. Thank you for the great support. Can we get a few money bags for Juan SPC88? Really appreciate the generous donation. I'm going to cycle a 2-mana card end of turn. We still have 2 more cyclers. And Tactician isn't like Rescuer. We're not worried about blowing 1 cycler or something like that. We still have plenty of ability to tap things. Also, thank you for subscribing, Juan. Very generous. I really appreciate it. Sorry, I play a lot more off-stream than on-stream. I mean, I do both, but I play a lot of Magic. Like, I'm not hating on anybody. Everybody's different. If you're an awesome tournament player, but you don't truly love Magic, that's fine. Like, that's your prerogative, you know? But, me, like, you know, like, I'm glad that I'm good enough that, like, I get to play on the Pro Tour, and I'm very fortunate. But, like, you know, like I always say, when I quit the Pro Tour in 2004, I didn't quit Magic, I just quit the Pro Tour. Still drafted every set endlessly on Magic Online. I definitely play more Magic off-stream than on-stream. I pretty much play Magic all day, every day, so you can do the math. Okay, let's bin the Plains. Even though we don't have any more lands, we've got a handful of cyclers, we have a Tactician, I'm not really in a rush. Cycle on their turn, tap the blocker. I'm always going to bin the Plains there. Even though it looks weird, we're going to draw more lands. Our whole hand cycles. We're not in a rush to do anything, and we already have 2 Plains. We'll probably find 1 more by the time we find Ultimatum anyway. Flood is one of the main ways these type of decks lose. The lettuces are for Juan SPC, who generously subbed and gifted out 5 subs. The lettuces are our money bags. We don't like salad, but we do like bags of money. I play everything. Usually I play Arena now that we have human drafts. I was playing Magic Online for the last format because I got sick of the bot drafts. But now that we have human drafts, I'm pretty much all Arena, unless I want to play like a Mox Qualifier or a Super PTQ or Modern Horizons or something. Unless I have a specific reason to go on Magic Online. But my generic sitting around playing Limited all day, I generally do on Arena now. Alright, so let's get out Rescuer. If it resolves, we'll cycle now so we can make a 1/1 and then cycle again on their turn. Definitely not casting Crater to give it haste or any nonsense like that. I'd rather just cycle it and get more 1/1s. They're almost dead, right? If they play Karuga, tap that, make a 1/1, spill the Karuga, or cycle and tap the Karuga, spill something smaller to hit them. Whoa, well, maybe we have a game yet. Kogla's a pretty nice drop. And then kill off that Tactician. Let's get in our last tap here. Okay, so... Well, that's an aggressive attack. We're way ahead in life totals. I don't know why they're attacking right now. So now we can attack back. Cycle and make a 1/1 and Rock Slide Kogla. Looks good to me. It's a pretty good turn. So we have Quartzwood Crasher mana. We have no swamps, so we're nowhere near the ultimatum. We've got those 2 Zenith Flares. How many cyclers are we on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7, 8. So I think we just dig through our deck to find a Flare for the win. I don't think we need to cast a 3/6. Just trying to pull up one of the 2 Flares, or Swamp and Mardu Ultimatum, or Quartzwood Crasher. Of course, the next cycle is going to be on their turn, because we're making 1/1s with the Rescuer. Heck, we might just swarm them for lethal if we just keep drawing cyclers. It's going to be pretty hard to lose, though. Like, we have 2 Zenith Flares that end the game. We now have Mardu Ultimatum mana to end the game. Alright, so we're going to Flame Spell. I think I'd rather have them draw 1 less card and take a damage. I don't really care about the difference between a 3/3 and a 5/4. This way they take a point, but this also draws cards for other permanents. So now they draw 2 cards instead of 3. Thank you, John Sid. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support. You're welcome. Thank you for supporting my stream. So any of our power cards pretty much win the game. I mean, Quartzwood Crasher, they might deal with. If it lives, we'll probably win. But then Runus Ultimatum or double Zenith Flare just end the game. See if we can pull one of those up. I'll take any of them. No love yet. So, I think I'd rather Memory Leak than cycle it. Even though any of those cards win the game, we buy more time if we take any good threats they're holding. They might be holding a counter spell that, like, Neutralize. They might be holding something like Archipelagore. I think it makes more sense to just cast it. And Farfinder, we can pull this 1 land out of our deck, so it's not actually helping us because we have a land on the bottom. But again, I mean, it's break even and we get another body in play. So we just want to cast our stuff here, I think. Well, could be worse. We took a draw 4. We already have our 1 green. We already have all our mana for everything, really. Triple white, double red, double black. So I don't think this matters. So we're just waiting on Mardus Ultimatum, Quartzwood Crasher, double Zenith Flare. We've got, like, cyclers to help pull those up. The Zenith Flares are lethal. The Ultimatum's lethal. We don't have too much else. I'm going to assume they drew something, but if this game goes long, it's really good for us. So I'm not sure what I want to do. They could have drawn, like, +3/+3 and trample. So if I, like, triple block, it could be really bad for me. So I'm going to take it this turn, see what else they play. If they don't play anything, I can swarm them out, and then I don't even have to draw another card, right? Like, now I'm just going to attack with everything. If the 3/6 eats the 3/1 and they take 6, they're down to 2. And then I still have a chump blocker. So it's going to be tight, but I mean, I can win this game now without actually drawing anything. No, their attack was fine. It's a tight game. I think I'm dead now, actually. I mean, I didn't put them on a 4/3 flash. Oh, my attack was fine. I mean, I didn't have any reason to put them on Pouncing Shore Shark. I'm trying to close the game there. Like, they have bigger stuff than me out. After bricking again, like, I wasn't dead on board, right? If they blocked the Farfinder, they would have died. I was dead to removal, yeah, but there's not a lot. There's Blood Curdle or Ram Through. I mean, I just got lucky they didn't attack for lethal. I was dead on board after the Shore Shark. I wasn't dead on board when I alpha'd. Farfinder had Vigilance, and they can't block Farfinder or they would have died. Well, they obviously missed that they had lethal, but that and they're a paid actor. But Farfinder was on tap to block, and they couldn't block it because they would have took 8 and died. They had to block the 3-1, take 5 and go down to, or take 6 and go to 2, and then I would have finished them off by swarming the following turn. So I think my play was probably right. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not in that great a position on board. Don't ask me why I keep forgetting to sack the Evolving Wilds multiple times. I'm loose. Alright, so let me go ahead and do that. Get the Thin out. And then let's cycle. We need 2 white. No, we need 3 white for Mardu Ultimatum. So we can play the Swamp and then cycle like that. And then we still have Ultimato mana, right? 3 white, 2 red, 2 black. Well, it's not Ultimatum, it's not Flare, but it is a powerful rare. We don't have lethal on board, 6 to 5. We have lethal if we draw Flare. How do I have lethals? I count 6 creatures to their 5, and they're at 3. I don't see anywhere near lethal. What am I missing? Oh, will. You're saying if I swarm with all 6, I could will whatever got through. Yeah, I just missed that. Sorry, still thinking about my attack the previous turn, which I think was right, but I'm not sure. And I'm not sure that it would have been right to go for it there or not. It might have been, though. Well, I wouldn't have been counterspelled because I could have paid 4 for Convolute. But obviously, if they had Neutralize instead of Convolute or like a removal, I would lose the game. So, I mean, it was a close choice. Just because they happen to have had exactly Convolute, so they would have been dead, doesn't mean it's a punt. It was a close choice, though. But as the game drags on, I have Mardu Ultimatum, and I have double Zenith Flare for the win, plus Cyclers. So, 11 down to 11 cards in my deck. Alright, I'm not going to chump this. It has Trample, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll save the chump blockers for the rest of their creatures. No, this attack's right by them. They still have plenty of blockers. Hello, Ultimato. I think everything the opponent did is right. I'm not sure about my 1 alpha attack, but I mean, I win the game if they don't have anything. And then I'm not sure about last turn, whether I should have alpha'd and went for it with will or not. Alright, so they have 1 blocker, 4 attackers. That looks like game. I mean, I know everybody thinks any potential mislethal by any player is a punt. Obviously, that one turn they had me dead on board and they just missed it. That was a mistake. Before that, I don't think their attack was necessarily bad. I don't think my attack was necessarily bad. I mean, just because a play is risky doesn't mean it was bad. On board, almost all the plays like we're playing to win made sense. I'm not sure about the will play. I didn't even think about it. I won't lie to you. You know me. I'm like, I didn't even realize that I could attack with everything and cast will for lethal if they had nothing. But at that point, after cracking the wilds, I did have like 11 or 12 cards in my deck, and 2 flares win the game, Mardu Ultimatum wins the game, Crasher's pretty good, I had a Blood Curdle, which is pretty good, and a couple of Cyclers, which would give me a rebuy. So I'm not sure if attack with everything and will and win if they have nothing and lose if they have something, or just cycle and try and hit those 3-4 cards for the win out of my 12-card deck. I'm not sure which play was better. You can hardly call that a punt. I mean, I will admit I didn't even think about it. Like I said, I won't lie. But I'm not really sure what was correct there. Oh, this deck's very good. It's probably better than the last one. And the last one was good, too, and we 3-0'd with that. But, yeah, this deck is great. Zenith Flare is the best uncommon, for sure. Alright, so now that Rescuer makes 1/1s, I will not cycle the Crater because I do want every cycler. Alright, let's see. I just want to play another Rescuer, right? Then every time I cycle, I'll get 2/1/1s. Thank you, YDeve. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I don't know that they can kill these Rescuers anytime soon. Hopefully we'll draw lands. Well, I would have preferred an on-tap land. So what I'm going to do here is cycle Crater first. Because if I draw a 1-mana cycler, I can cycle it on their turn. If I draw an on-tap land, I can play it and then cycle Will on their turn. If I draw nothing, I'll just play the tap land. So let's start by cycling the 1-mana cycler. See if we draw an on-tap land or a 1-mana cycler. Neither of the above. Okay, so similar to last turn. Well, I could spill an attack. They might have Shore Shark, but that only trades with a 3/1 or eats a 1/1. So I have two choices this turn. I could cycle Will, see if I get a cycler or land or what, make my 1/1s. Or I could Flame Spill Dream Heron. I mean, we saw Convolute last game. I don't really want to spend my turn casting Flame Spill and seeing Convolute. I think I'm just going to cycle. If they don't have any way to stop the Swarm, like, cycling is pretty powerful with double Rescuer out. So if we were going to brick, that's true, Binger, but I explained why I cycled the 1-mana card, because we might have drawn a 1-mana cycler, which we have plenty of, right? Could have drawn Gopher Blood or Startling Development, which we have 2 of, so that's 3. Memory Leak makes 4. So we had 4 1-mana cyclers we might hit to be able to cycle a second time. Oh, Vantasaur makes 5. So we had 5 different 1-mana cyclers we might have hit. Okay, now, though, I'm just going to pass the turn. Cycle the Vantasaur on their turn, make 2 more 1/1s, and then we can get ready to swarm. Oh, there goes Plan A. They keep leaving that Convolute mana up. I don't want them to be able to counter the spell on the flyer. I'm kind of out of cyclers anyway, and I have a land drop for the turn. So I think I'm just going to kind of play Snare Tactician to try and bait the Convolute. And then, if they give me something to Prophecy, I can do it and bottom the Farfinder. If not, I can go Farfinder, get a land, play it, Flame Spill the Heron. I might have to Flame Spill the Karuga now, but same difference. What's on this? Frostlings? I think I don't have an endless supply of cyclers, so I think I would rather use the removal first and the cyclers later. Hopefully I can chain up more. I'm gonna grab the swamp. We pretty much have ultimatum mana. We need either a swamp or a mountain to cast ultimatum. We're also at 6 for the flare. They're still at 20, but we have 2 flares. This game is a long way from over. Even though that Fumes was a huge blowout, this still feels like a winnable game. Just depends what they have. Oh, that's kind of annoying. It's another big creature, and it gives them life. So for now, Snare Tactician can block Goriax, cycle, and tap Mammoth. And that looks like about it. Okay, okay, okay. You win. I got it. You have it all this game. Maybe we'll find the ultimatum. So, is there any way we're going to cast Suffocating Fumes? Probably not. We can Zenith Flare to stay alive, kill the Kogla, and go to 9, and then we have a Chump Blocker. Might as well gain one more, I guess. Yeah, I should have played the swamp, sorry. I mean, it shouldn't matter, but I still should have played it. Okay, we're dead. 6, 8, 11, we're at 10. Yeah, they did have it all that game. Mostly just killing the double rescuer. Okay, so let's see. Do we want Clash? They don't have Death Touch. I mean, it's great if we kill Mammoth and Kogla. The problem is if they have Mammoth or Kogla and a smaller creature. Heron has more toughness than power. Yeah, it just doesn't line up that well so much of the time. Alright, looks fine. Even though it's only 2 mountains. Cycle, Farfinder. So hopefully we'll find at least 1 land right away, and then we can sculpt ultimatum mana if we run hot. They don't really have 1 toughness creatures. I'm just going to get rid of that. Then we can Snare Tactician. I like this. We're getting closer to ultimatum mana. We want to hold on to the Farfinder because we don't know what we need yet. I mean, I'm going to search for our plains as of right now, but we still need like 2 plains, 1 swamp. So if we can get some draw steps first, that's better. That said, we need 2 plains, 1 swamp, and the damage is relevant. So I'm going to play the Farfinder now, go get plains. I guess I could have cycled the Startling Development first, because plains would have been a good draw. If I draw plains, then I can search up swamp. I'm so used to like wanting to draw spells, so playing Farfinder before a cycler. But maybe in this case, I should have cycled first. Nah, but like also I just want to cycle and tap their blocker and get in another 3 damage. Like, we do have ultimatum in hand, but we also have double flare in the deck and so many cyclers. So, I mean, the whole game doesn't just revolve around only the ultimatum. We have a lot of different angles. Yeah, Prophecy does seem bad. It doesn't seem like it hits much. I mean, it's a great card, but they just don't have many targets. for now, I'm going to cycle and tap the Goriak. Yeah, Tactician should not be common. It should be uncommon. Tactician, unlike Zenith Flare, doesn't need to be mythic or anything, but it should be uncommon. Okay, we have Ultimatum mana. They do have Karuga. I don't necessarily know if I want them to play that and draw 2. I think I'm just going to Rock Slide and hit for 3. This way it doesn't give away that I have it. Plus we have Flare for 4 already. And whenever we cast Ultimatum, we should get in at least another 3 on the ground. So I think I like Rock Sliding and attacking. Well, there goes that plan. Not sure what to do. I can Ultimatum, get in 1. That's not great. I could Cycle Rescuer, get a 5th card. I could play the Rescuer so that I have 4 to attack for after I cast Ultimatum. I'm not scared of them going Karuga draw 2, but I am scared of Convolute. I think with how good my hand is, I'm not going to be greedy. I'm just going to cast Ultimatum while they're tapped. I do have another Flare, plenty of Cyclers, including the Rescuer. So, and I can always bin the next land I draw with Prophecy. So I think that I'm going to make the conservative play and just Ultimatum those. Get punished immediately, of course. I don't know what to do. Honey Mammoth is a beating against me right now, yeah. Yeah, the Prophecy probably should have been cut. I don't know about for Clash, but it probably should have been cut for something. I think I'm just going to dig. If I draw lands, I can bottom 1 with Prophecy. If I draw Cyclers, I can power up Flares. I mean, I will Prophecy Spill. I don't mind 2 for 1-ing myself to kill the Mammoth, but I don't want to do it until I have a land to bottom with Prophecy. That's kind of the thing. I don't want to bottom a Cycler or a good removal. When I draw like a basic, then I'm going to Prophecy. I mean, for now, this does 6 already. We have more Cyclers. I'm poking them. This might do some damage to the player. And I have Blood Curdle to hit the Honey Mammoth. Okay, so now I'm going to cast Memory Leak for sure. They might have Convolute. I can find out. If they do, I can play around it or take it, depending what else they have. So no Convolute. They Confumes away my Farfinder. This is just an easy back for more, of course. Now we know they don't have Convolute in hand, so I'm just going to Blood Curdle now. They might top deck Convolute, and we're not looking for taking the chance of them drawing something better. I mean, sorry, of getting something better than the 6/6 flyer. But there's always the chance they top deck it. They do. It is 1 in 24. I don't see the reason to take that risk. They also could have more than 1 copy. If they Karuga, we can spill it. If they Avian Oddity, we can spill it. So this game's going pretty well now. Okay, I see no reason not to just attack for 1 and spill Karuga. We have Menace from the Blood Curdle. Well, I'm going to cycle onto their turn, I think. I don't really care if they cast that 2-4 or cycle it. Makes no real difference to me. Just keep poking them for 1, inching closer to Zenith Flare. If they cast Fumes, cool. If not, working our way. We're only 5 damage plus cyclers away from it. And now we've got the 3-2 double strike, which in combination with Prophecy can take out the 2-4 and live. This is a good game. It's a nice game 3. Sure thing. I'm not going to be Zenith Flaring the Oddity here. Like I said, they're already at 12. This has Menace. So anytime we draw a cycler, we get closer. And every turn we hit them for 1, we get closer. So we're not going to be Zenith Flaring the Oddity, that's for sure. I'm not necessarily opposed to cycling this Prophecy, but I'm not, I have a Forest in there I could draw. I've got a red-green duel. We only have 15 cards left in our deck. Let's just take a draw step, see what we get. Also, the combination of Prophecy and Wolverine means like a 3-2 double strike beats a 2-4 and lives instead of dying. Not good enough, Root Greevil. I have principles. And by that, I mean you have to pay more than $5 to get me to make such a ridiculously bad play. $6 at least. I can be bought, I'm just not cheap. Okay, so let's see. We can attack with both. If they cast this, 2 points of first strike plus Prophecy still takes out the Oddity. So I'm going to start by cycling the development, see what we get. Okay. We have enough mana for everything. Now I'm just going to attack. I think they'll probably block Oddity on Wolverine, in which case I'll Prophecy the Oddity and bottom the mountain, and then the first strike will eat it. I'll keep my Wolverine, they'll lose their Oddity. We want to resolve first strike first. This way, if they top deck a removal, they can't blow us out. So now first strike has been done. Before regular damage, let's go ahead and Prophecy the Oddity. What's up, Voxy? I quoted you a couple times on Charge being a little overrated. Good call with that. It's just a little too situational for this format. Alright, so next turn they're now dead to the Zenith Flare. The green uncommon removal. It's still a good card. Like, you should never cut it from a green deck. But I just think it's more of like a 4th, 5th pick than like a 1st, 2nd pick. Because situational removal just underperforms in this format. It's just such a high-pressure format. It's like deadweight. Like, it's still, you know, you're always going to play it. But I think it's a little overrated. And Voxy's the first person I heard say that. Yeah, it's a bad ram through. Like, it's still good, but it's like more situational than ram through. And yeah, they're dead now, of course. Yeah, it's weird that they neither cast the Fumes to kill the Farfinder or cycled the Fumes. Like, I don't know what they should have done with it, but they should have done something. Just holding it until the end of the game isn't really a good strategy. But if they cycle it now, I'll respond by flaring them out. If they cast it, I'll whatever, either way. But I can't pay for Convolute, so it makes sense to let them play Fumes or cycle Fumes and then flare in response. What's up, Wild Shadow? It's going well. Currently in the I'm just drinking water right now, Flex. We're currently in the finals of the second of the 3 drafts we're going to do today. So far, we're 5-0, so life is good. This deck is totally busted. Double Rescue or double Zenith Flare. I don't understand how the cycling deck is so wide open every draft. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, 3 people should draft it out of every 8. You should get your 1 uncommon enabler. You should have to fight for the marmosets and stingers. Sometimes you'll get 2 or 3. Sometimes you will see 1. Like, it's the best deck. And it's available out of the commons. It's not like you have to open Zenith Flare to go cycling. Dranith Stinger, Dranith Healer, Marmoset, Snare Tactician are all common. Like, I don't know how this deck is still underdrafted. It's mind-boggling. Alright, we don't have any 1-mana cyclers in hand. Well, now they're going to get to trade, but I'll get my 1/1/1, cycle one of these. I guess I have some green sources and no blue sources. I'm not happy about this, but I don't regret attacking. There's no reason to put them on the uncommon flash creature. It's not like I have a handful of cyclers. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to miss 3 damage just because they could have the flash card. If I knew that was in their hand, I wouldn't attack. But despite how often I call my opponent's cards, I'm actually not psychic. Disappointing, I know. Alright, so Snare Tactician, probably go get a plane, or Fair Finder, go get a Plains or Snare Tactician. We probably just want Snare Tactician this turn. We can always play Fair Finder and play Far Finder and play the land off at the same turn, so we wouldn't miss a land drop. And the 2/3 is a fine blocker against Fertilid and can attack on this board. I didn't have blue mana for Hampering Snare. I would have cast it to save the Rescuer. It would be well worth it. But I didn't have blue mana. Okay, now I'm going to attack with the Tactician. If they have, like, Deadeye or something, so be it. Again, every point of damage is pretty valuable with our double flare deck. I'm not afraid to lose it. I'd prefer not to, but I'm not afraid to. If they have nothing, it's 2 damage. If they have a trick, we can get them with ours. If it's like a Deadeye, then I kill Fertilid, and then they finish it off with their 4/2. No big deal. For now, I think we need our second of 3 plains. We already have our forest. We already have Quartzwood mana, red, red, green. So now we're working on Ultimato mana, which requires 3 plains, 2 red, and 2 black. Forest is for Quartzwood Crasher, not for Barrier Breach. Okay, let's just dig, see what we find. Well, we now are 1 plains away from Ultimato mana. I can't imagine we have an attack. I'm going to hold on to Flame Spill because, I mean, if they have a mutate, they can get 1 loot. I don't want to mutate this Godzilla. I mean, spill the Godzilla. Sure thing, I can take 1. I'm not using removal on a 1/3. We need this game to drag on so we can draw our power cards. Also, just fill our yard for these flares. Don't mind if I do. Still don't mind if I do. Third white. Now we have Ultimato mana. This is the finals of the second draft. We're going to do 1 more best of 3 and play that all the way through after this finals. It's game 1 of the finals. So now we're just waiting on our power cards. We've got a bunch of removal to buy time. I'll happily take 1 a turn. Go get Swamp. We already have everything else. Might as well thin out the deck a little. It's a pretty good library. Cyclers to fuel Flare, second Flare, Quartzwood Crasher, Ruinous Ultimatum. Perfectly happy with this trade. You don't have tomato mana. I have tomato mana. Of course I have tomato mana. Black, black, red, red, white, white, white. Tomato mana. So I think I'm going to spill the Nipper because I kind of want the 3 damage to them. Can't spill a 0 toughness creature. 1 is about the least we can do. And now we're only 3 cyclers away from just burning them out from 20 with double flare. Still have Blood Curdle for the next creature. I'm just going to ignore the 1 power. Only 4 more lands in our 18 cards. A lot of powerful stuff to draw. I assume Quartzwood Crasher is going to die to, like, Scatter or Blood Curdle, but you never know. Also, we're just going to kill them with the double flare if they can't interact with that. We just have to draw a couple more cyclers, and they're in there. And that's not even accounting for our 2 power rares, Quartzwood Crasher and Mardu Ultimato, both of which we have mana to cast already. Okay, well, if they're still not doing anything, I'm curdling now. I'm doing this more for the 2 damage than I am because I want to deal with Baby Godzilla. Remember, these are on 7. I have 14 in my hand. So, I mean, if I hit them for 2, I'm 1 cycler away from lethal. Seems worth it. Well, that's not a cycler. If we would have drawn a cycler, we could have tapped the Godzilla, hit them for 2, and then double flared them out. That would have been a sweet win. See what they get. I mean, we're still in good shape. I think they just hit the Grim Lava thing, though. So if we don't draw a cycler or a removal, if they give it lifelink, I may have to flare it. So this is a potential problem. Oh, they gave it Death Touch and Menace. Cool. So now I can take a hit or 2. So if we draw a cycler, we pretty much win. Unless they chump block to stay at 17, which I doubt they'll do, unless they're sniping. Gyaradoa is awesome. This is better Starix. It doesn't count lands, which is big. Like, most of the time when you mutate a Starix and you hit a land, you didn't want the land. I think I might Zenith Flare that. Then I can attack with the Crasher, and they're going to have to, like, double block or something, and then I can flare the Death Toucher, and then eat the other creature and make a Trampler. I can't believe I'm so close to lethal with these flares, but... Because if I let this happen, what happens? They pull up another non-lander. Yeah, it works out well, I think, if I flare now. They get a 3-4 and a 3-3, which almost guarantees a double block, and then I own them with Crasher. Whereas if they hit a Honey Mammoth or another Death Toucher or something, it doesn't really work for me. It's not so much about the average at this point. It's about the fact that I have Quartzwood Crasher to win the game with right now, basically. Now let's get rid of that Death Toucher. Then we trample over, make another 6/6. Life is good. Okay, that's game, right? Cycle, tap, attack. Pleasure doing business with you. Yeah, they shouldn't have mutated Heron, but even if they kill the Crasher, it still triggers. So they would have double blocked the Crasher, took 7, and then I would have gotten another 6/6 trample. So they were in very bad shape. But I do agree they shouldn't have done that. Everything looks right to me. Our hard removal is good against them, like Kurdo and Rockslide, but I don't want to bring in situational, awful Clash of Titans. When I first saw this card, I thought this was going to be one of the best uncommons in the set, and I don't even play it anymore. I don't think I've ever seen a card that was just worse in a given format than how it looks. And all of the situational stuff is like that. Like, as I gave Voxy credit for identifying Charge, Charge isn't as situational as that card. It's still solid removal. I'm talking about the green Charge, but it is way worse than it would be on average. And it's just like that over and over and over again with all that kind of stuff. All right, we're on the draw. We've got a 1-mana cycler, a 2-mana cycler. You know I'm not going to mulligan this. You already knew that. Now we're 1 land away from basically being home free. Well, we didn't get there yet. We need 1 more land. No land yet. Boo. Boo. Alright, I won't be that greedy. I'm going to discard the Ultimato because that's a 3rd spell in the yard to turn these on right away. Plus I have, like, removal and tapper and spill and all that. Well, see if we can rebuy, dig up a land, hopefully. Alright. I mean, their deck's good. It's not that aggressive. Hopefully it's not too late for us. I know, it's painful to discard the tomato, but it had to be right there. It was that or the Tactician. And I mean, these are 3/2 double strikers and removal spells, so I gotta feel like I can hopefully ride those to victory. Wait, they don't have any creatures to bring back. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's 6/6 lifelink, like, but if they don't have anything, Wolverine can trade with it. What you got, opponent? What you got? I got a backup Wolverine. Does it have trample? No, they just missed an attack. Nice. We're still not in great shape. So I need to get to 6 spells to flare that, or I can tap it with Tactician. So I think playing a Wolverine doesn't really help me now that it has Menace. So this turn, I think I'm going to Farfinder. That ensures that next turn I can play Tactician, cycle, and tap it. And then hopefully the turn after that I can Flare. We already discarded Ultimato, so let's just go get the Forest. We don't need all those planes anymore. Guess I'll just go to 2. I don't really see much of a difference between 2 and 6. Don't have anything else. This will be a great comeback. This is a winnable game. I mean, if they have anything else, I lose, but... I didn't attack because we saw that 2-mana 2/2 flash human, and they're at 32, so the 1 damage is pretty irrelevant. So now I can trade the Tactician for the Deadeye. I already have land 6, so I can Rock Slide away the 6/6. If they don't have anything, it's a winnable game. Be out of gas, opponent. This will be such a sweet comeback. Be out of gas. Well, now I guess I have to decide between Flare and Rock Slide. I still have the Farfinder to block that 2/2 if they have it, or something else with Flash. So I guess Rock Slide is better. Hopefully they don't have Convolute. They probably do. No. Wow. The game continues. There's that 2/2 flash, but they still have to have removal. We can chump here. Come on, don't have removal. I didn't attack into it. Then they would have played it, blocked, ate my creature. Instead, I wisely played around it to chump block it. Reward me. Reward the good play, please. Thank you. Alright, I can beat that. Don't forget to crack wilds. I agree. Alright, so we're going to have to kill the flyer one way or the other. And they have Convolute in their deck, so I'm not sure what I want to do. I think I'm going to be not greedy. Well, I don't want to throw away all my answers to their 6/6, though. Like, if I go, like, Zenith Flare and gain life, that makes me feel more comfortable. But if they do play the 6/6 Red Teamer Mythic Mutate creature, then I lose. If I go Spill and Wolverine, I'm good, but if they have removal, then I lose. So, catch-22 there. We do have a second Flare. And Blood Curdle. So I do have answers to that 6/6. So I think I'm just going to play Wolverine and Zenith Flare now. I want to gain some life here. Because I don't want to have to kill this 2/2. So I'm going to gain the life, because that makes me safe. If they draw removal, I'm at 7. I'll just... Who cares? I can take the hit for 2 now. I made the conservative play. You should be proud of me. Okay, now we're safe for now. Let's attack and play Tactician. Hey, 32 life falls fast at 6 and 8 a turn. Well, you're not seeing maximum greed, just maximum winning. I'd apologize, but I wouldn't mean it. Okay, I'm going to kill that before they can possibly draw Convolute. Spill isn't doing better than that. So let's set a stop during my end step. Remember, Spill's not like Flare, it only kills small things. I don't mind that draw. It's not like I'm going to have an endless supply of cyclers, so I'm just going to wait till their turn, cycle the development, tap the 2-2, and make a 1-1. Because the 2-2 is now effective at trading with my 3-1 or my 1-1 token. So I want to tap on their turn. Okay, well, now let's see. I can fight Go for Blood on Grim Dancer. I mean Wolverine on Grim Dancer with Go for Blood. So I want to tap the 2-2, I guess. I've got 14... They have 14, so maybe. I can now just cast this and get rid of Capture Sphere, free up a 3-2 Double Striker. Then I don't have anything to fight the Grim Dancer, but I can just attack with a 3-2 Double Striker. That looks pretty good. Who knew I'd be casting this off my green source? Okay, well, that gives me more options. Like, let's say I cycle and tap Facet Reader. I could then attack with Wolverine and Rescuer. I'd be pretty happy to trade Rescuer for Grim Dancer. I might want to fight off the Reader, but... I mean, I don't think they have that many more lands through, and the game could come to decking if they want to loot a bunch. I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I could cycle and tap the Dancer and then fight the Facet Reader so they don't get to loot. And then I can attack them with everything, which is 3, 6, 8, 11, 12. And then I still have a Cycler for their turn, so that's pretty good. Oh, no, that's cycle and fight, so I wouldn't then. I think I'm not that worried about the Rescuer here long term. I think what I'm going to do is cycle. I want to cycle now in case I draw Quartz Crasher or something. And then if I tap the Dancer, if they want to trade Facet Reader for Rescuer, I think I'm okay with that. How many more 1-1s am I really going to make, right? Just take them off looting, I think. And then I have Snare Attack. I can cycle Go for Blood on their turn, tap Grim Dancer, and then I have the 2 1-1s to block the 2-2. And the 2-2 doesn't block the Wolverine or the Snare Tactician. Yeah, this is the right line. And I do want to get in some damage, because it gets me closer to my 2 key cards, Zenith Flare and Quartzwood Crasher. I like this line. How many more 1-1s was I going to make, and how effective are 1-1s going to be anyway? Now I can cycle, tap Grim Dancer. The 2-2 doesn't stop the 8 points I have to attack with. The 2 1-1s stop the 2-2. Death Touch Menace. It doesn't have lifelink. I'm tapping it this turn anyway, but they went with Death Touch and Menace. So Prophecy would be a really good draw. Zenith Flare would be a really good draw. Cycler's okay. I'm going to use that on their turn. They don't have a block right now, so there's no reason to tap either of those. They can chump and save 6. And then on their turn, I'll cycle and tap the Grim Dancer. Sadly, I discarded the Ultimato. That turn I missed on lands on turn 3, but I'm not in a position to complain. Okay, so I'm going to start by prophesying that, get rid of the planes, and see what I get. If I will, that's 5, 10, 12. It's still a point short anyway, so there's no real need to go for that. Just put out another 3-1, and then I still have a cycler to tap a blocker. Good stuff. Sorry, Edgar Allan Poe. I do appreciate your work, though. And that's another trophy. Back-to-back 3-0s. Nice comeback after being mana screwed and discarding on turn 3. Let's get to the third draft of the night. Thank you for that subscription, Peanut. So I covered in detail in the article. I would never write an article that was literally just top 5 underperforming cards. I go in depth about the format and why each card is underperforming. The reason Clash underperforms so much is because the format's really high pressure. So whenever a turn goes by that you can't have an effective turn, it's really painful, as opposed to a slower, grindier format where it's okay to take a turn off. Additionally, there's like 10 different playable common creatures that just have more toughness than power and don't die in fights very often. I don't remember them all off the top of my head, but like, you know, a lot of the best ones. Bushmeat Poacher, Checkmate Officer, Vulpikeet, Dreamtail Heron. I mean, the list just goes on and on. Naturalist, Snare Tactician. So, okay, yeah, this is the pack, $10 packs. There's Loris, there's Zenith Flare, there's Thundermane. I mean, I didn't want to draft all cycling all day. I mean, I'm not forcing cycling. I mean, if I'm going to keep getting Zenith Flare over and over again, I'm going to draft it. I think Zenith Flare is better than Loris. I mean, Loris is a little easier to play because you can be white or black and you don't have to be cycling. But Zenith Flare just doesn't die. It's just a broken mythic rare that can't be interacted with. It's like a planeswalker. Like, Zenith Flare is just incredible. Thank you for that subscription, May God. Appreciate it. I give up. I don't want this. I want everyone else to fight for cycling, and then I can draft a sweet blue-green mutate. I don't want it to be like this. This, like, upsets me. I mean, seriously, it does. Like, there's a rare missing. Maybe they took Vivian or something totally busted, but, like, cycling's the best deck. I look for it. I don't force it. But, like, we're now 2 picks into the third draft, and I've had 5 Zenith Flares today. Zenith Flare is a mythic uncommon. Reptilian Reflection, good uncommon for cycling, nothing special. I'll gladly take a non-cycling card over Reptilian Reflection. But if you're going to shove all these Zenith Flares down my throat, I'm going to take them. The card is totally broken. Okay, looks like a pretty easy Fire of Prophecy. I mean, it's the best card in the pack, and there isn't even a 1-mana cycler, just Crystal. I think Vivian is the best rare. I'm not saying that... Like, if cycling is super open, then you should obviously take Flare over Vivian. If people are going to draft cycling a lot, like they should, I'd probably take Vivian over Flare. I can't name all the rares off the top of my head. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else super S tier. Like I said, it's a top 10 card in the set. Maybe a top 5. I mean, it is totally gross. Alright, so there's no 1-mana cyclers. Crystal's on color, it's okay. 2-mana cycler. It's not like there's any real good cards. It's not like there's a Blood Curdle or something interesting. Like, if we didn't take this, what would we even take out of this pack? Mutual Destruction? So, Crystal it is. Well, there's no cyclers in this pack of any kind. There's also not really any cards we want. Maybe we'll end up spell heavy with Ceratops, but Wolverine is good in the cycling deck because you cycle all the spells to your graveyard. Ceratops is dicey in that deck because you don't want to cast your spells to trigger it. But we do have Prophecy and 2 Flares and Crystal. All 4 of our cards so far trigger it, so I guess I'm going to take it. Again, it's not over anything. Like, it's the best card in the pack, regardless of whether we play it or not. Wolverine is good. 1-mana cyclers are better. Yes, we're leaning very heavily into the cycling deck. We got first and second pick Zenith Flare. I absolutely do not force the deck, but when I start with 2 of the totally broken Mythic Uncommon, I'm going to draft it. Like I told you, I draft these drafts the same as I would in the Pro Tour. I wouldn't force the best deck in the Pro Tour. I wouldn't avoid the best deck in the Pro Tour. If you're going to start me off with first pick Zenith Flare, second pick Zenith Flare, I'm going to draft cycling. I'm not going to take Crystal here over Windscar, help our mana, especially because we want to play a really low count, really low land count deck if we can, since we're a double flare deck. No cyclers here, so we'll grab the Mentor. Now there's a 1-mana cycler. Like, obviously, in theory, Potter Goes Gaming, like, you know, you wouldn't want, like, 15 Zenith Flares and only 8 cyclers in your deck. But you're never going to hit an amount where there's diminishing returns, like where it actually matters. Because, like, the 4th one would be awesome in your deck. So it's not like, you know, it's somewhere around, like, the 8th or the 10th where it might become an actual thing where you'd rather have, like, a cycler over the 8th Zenith Flare. But you're never going to actually see 8 or 9. And, like, you would snap take the 4th Zenith Flare with no problems. So the answer in theory is yes, in reality is no. I mean, they took the rare. Maybe they opened a broken rare. I mean, Shark Typhoon is a fine card to take over Zenith Flare. Pick 1, pack 1. It's really flexible. It's super easy to splash. You don't have to see cycling. You can just pick up an Evolving Wilds and toss it into any deck because it's single blue when you cycle it. Vivian is way more powerful. Like, it's not splashable, but Vivian is just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen someone cast Vivian and lose the game. So, I mean, like, I think you could take, like, Shark Typhoon because of how good and how splashable it is. I think you could take Vivian. Like I said, there's not much. I think Zenith Flare is a top 10 card in the set for sure, but they did take the rare. The person passing to me did first pick a rare, so maybe they took Shark Typhoon or Vivian or one of the few cards that it's reasonable to take over it. We are 6-0 on the day. Trying to run back the 9-0 that we did last week. Kogla's busted. Yeah, I don't know if I would take it over Flare. Maybe. That's really close. It's easier to interact with. Like, it can be scattered. Like, part of why Vivian's so broken is because it can't be Essence scattered. It can't be Blood Curdled. Like, it dodges everything. Lutree's pretty busted, too. You could take Lutree because Lutree goes in that companion slot practically for free, and then you get it every single game. And if they counter it or something, you don't really care. You're still up a card. I could see Lutree over Zenith Flare. I think it's close. I probably wouldn't take Kogla. I think I would take Vivian or Shark Typhoon. And then I think, like, Lutree is pretty close. I'd probably pick 1, pack 1 Lutree over Zenith Flare. Unless Cycling's being underdrafted. Okay, so Lava Brink Venturer is good. I'm not sure if it's better for us than a 1-mana Cycler or not. It probably is. Protection from half their deck is a pretty big game. Where are we on Cyclers? We have 4. Nothing wrong with that. I'm going to take protection from half their deck. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Detsy. Appreciate the 15 months of support. Yeah, Flare also dodges those, but my point is Vivian and Shark Typhoon are so Vivian is more powerful than Flare and dodges those. Shark Typhoon is a little less powerful than Flare, but it's super splashable, right? Like, you can just draft a Farfinder or an Evolving Wilds and put Shark Typhoon in any deck, right? Whereas if Cycling's being overdrafted, your Flares can end up bad, or your deck can end up bad. Lutree basically can't be interacted with because it just goes in your companion slot practically for free, and then if they scatter it or kill it, you don't care because you're still up your card, which is the whole point. You're just up a free card every game. Okay, here there's no 1-mana cyclers, so I guess we'll take the 2-mana cycler. Well, I like Godzilla. I mean, I don't think it's, like, totally broken in the cycling deck, but it does give you the ability to cycle more. As you dig through your deck gets smaller. You can find it. Also, you just cast it as a 7-mana 8/8 trample a decent amount of the time. Like, the usual play pattern with this card is you cycle it, and then if you draw it again, because you don't want to 7-drop in your opening hand, right? You're not casting it forever, so you cycle it. Then when you draw it again later in the game, you just cast it as an 8/8 trample haste. Unless you have Snare Tacticians and stuff to trigger. So, blue, so we can't use that. Nothing cycling in this whole pack. So let's just grab a Wolverine. 1-mana cycling spell. Definitely better than a 2-mana cycling 5/5. We're already really good at closing. But we want the spell for the Wolverine. Plus, we have double flare, so we just want 1-mana cyclers wherever we can get them. Thank you, Random Blathering. Really appreciate that subscription. Okay, again, just 1-mana cycling spell. Easy pick. This deck is totally busted. Now we have to decide between 2-mana cycler and Forbidden Friendship. Do we use Forbidden Friendship? We're probably not going to play Ceratops. It's good with Mentor, but we might not even play that. We have no Mutatos. Just going to take cyclers. This is human. This is human. That's not. For now, I'm going to assume we don't play this. If we end up picking up, like, you know, a Farfinder and 2 Marmosets or something, then we probably will. But as of right now, we probably wouldn't. We don't need a white-blue duel just to cast development. Like, I would play it, but I would rather pick up a cycler, I think. 1-mana cycler, don't mind if I do. Thank you, Griffon U. Appreciate the subscription. I do need a paid actor remote. You're right, Janice. That's a good suggestion. That one's in the queue for the next time I order remotes. If I remember. But it is a good suggestion. I mean, this draft really hasn't been unreasonable. I just got lucky. Like, remember, it's not like I got these flares 7th and 8th pick. I first picked one, and I got the other one 2nd pick, with the rare missing from the pack. And I mean, I haven't gotten hit over the head with that much of the good cycling enablers. Look at the rest of my cards. This card is fine. Nothing exciting. And then I just got some cyclers. This draft really hasn't been unreasonable, other than the fact that I have 2 flares. Let's go 3 for 3, Thunderwonk. Yeah, I have good cycling. I have a lot of 1-mana cyclers. 1, 4, 5, and then I've got a bunch more 2-mana cyclers. I could really just use any good cycling enablers. Like, I need Snare Tacticians, Marmosets, Stingers, Healers, just anything, really. Obviously, if I open another Zenith Flare, it might be dangerous to my physical health. So I almost hope I don't. Sorry, I had to snap out of it there a little bit. Just kind of lost it for a second there. Yeah, that's 3rd flare. Obviously, we're going to draft it. I don't know what's going on anymore. We've got 3 flares and 15 cyclers. Yeah. This is silliness. So we'll just be drafting cyclers over virtually anything except good cycling enablers. And hopefully we can flare them all out. Thanks for that subscription, Turbo Banana. Nah, you don't cut Yadaro, because even though Yadaro doesn't synergize with Flare, it's still just a good card. Like, again, the thing you gotta remember with this card here, don't view it as like a cycling card necessarily. View it as 7 mana, 8/8 trample haste with cycling. So when it's in your opening hand, you cycle it away, and then late in the game, you get a 7 mana, 8/8 trample haste. Haste and trample. Like, it is a good card. And then, of course, if you have Snare Tacticians out or whatever, you can cycle it and tap things and put it back in your deck. Alright, so there's no 1 mana cyclers, but lots of 2 mana cyclers. Of course, we'd rather have the on-color one than the off-color ones. Divine Arrow's fine, but I'd rather just have a Lava Serpent. Believe me, I'm not forcing cycling. Tomorrow, I might draft 3 blue-green Mutato decks. It's just whatever I'm seeing. I mean, today in the 3 drafts, I got 6 Zenith Flares. Like, what do you want from me? I mean, other than the fact that they're all paid actors, I don't control what's in the packs, you know? Alright, so do we want Sanctuary Smasher or Shredded Sails? I don't think we're going to have any trouble closing, so I think we'd rather just have the cheaper Cycler. Plus, it's a decent removal spell. Now it's Raking Claws or Crystal. We already have tons of crystals to ramp, so I'm going to go with Raking Claws. I could use a few more 1-mana cyclers. I've got a lot of 2-mana, but not that many 1-mana. I know, woe is me. But, like, my deck is good. And, look, it is good. But it could be way more broken. Like, I really didn't see any other cycling commons. Like, where were the Dragon Stingers and Marmosets? And I didn't see very many 1-mana cyclers in packs 2 and 3. I had, like, 4 or 5 after pack 1, and then I just didn't get very many more. Probably, like, 3 or 4, not 4 or 5, but still. Alright, Evolving Wilds for the fixing here. Like, I actually think there are a couple of people drafting cycling at this table. Lack of permanence isn't really a problem. Like, I'm not going to struggle to close. I just would prefer 1-mana cyclers to 2-mana cyclers by a lot, so I could cycle more faster. And the fact that I didn't see any memory leaks, the fact that almost, like, I only have like 5 or 6 1-mana cyclers, the rest cost 2, isn't great. 4, 5, 6, I have 6 1-mana cyclers. We need to cycle more faster, yeah. I'm not worried about closing. I've got the 8/8 Trample Haste, I've got a 5/5 Haste, and I have 3 Zenith Flares. I'm just worried about being too slow. But I also have the Venturer. This can really slow somebody down. I've got the Prophecy, which is a great removal to dig and slow them down. And then you can start pointing these at the opponent and gain life. It's not like I need the first one to be lethal. We know I have 2 more. Hey, well, welcome, Rareja. I can promise I'm not forcing cycling. You can check my streams from last week. I think cycling's the best deck. I think the other decks are good too. Blue-Red Spells is probably the deck I've drafted the most in this format. And I think that archetype's really good. I think Blue-Green Mutate is really good. I think Black-White Humans is really good. I just draft what's available, but today was an all-cycling day. Ride the bike. I mean, today I got 6 Zenith Flares in 3 drafts, and on-color cycling ultimatums the first 2 drafts, and we just saw, the Jeskai and the Mardu one, we just saw cycling all day. So that's 15 lands and 25. We definitely don't want 15 in this deck. I don't know if I have any more cyclers in the board. I'd literally play any cycler. Looks like no. So my last couple cards are going to be kind of dicey. I do just want to slow them down, basically. So I think I'm going to play, like, Garrison Cat. And then do I play the Mentor? I can Mentor the Cat. I can Mentor the Wolverine. No, that's literally it in the whole deck. Ceratops looks bad. I'm not casting very much stuff after it. I'm just cycling. Guess Day Squad Marshal fights okay on its own. Clogs up the board and can trade or do some things. Oh, wait, I have to mess with the mana. I mean, this is right, and 13 lands is right. And it's going to be about an even amount of mana, but I got to get rid of all that garbage. And then put in, like that. I don't know if it's one more mountain or one more plains. Early white card, white card, red card, white red, single white. Looks like it's one more white than red. So, switch that. 13 lands. Looks right to me. We actually didn't see a lot of... Like, I think cycling was actually not underdrafted in this pod. Like, in the first 2 drafts, I got, like, a Zenith Flare 4th pick and stuff. And, like, cycling was underdrafted. I didn't actually see a lot of memory leaks, a lot of Frostvale ambushes. Like, I didn't see a lot of 1-mana cyclers. I saw, like, none of the cycling commons. Like, I didn't see a Marmoset. I didn't see a Stinger. I didn't see a Snare Tactician in this whole draft. So I actually think there's probably, like, 3 or 4 cycle drafters in this pod. This is the kind of draft that shows, like, I opened Zenith Flares, so it's right for me to play cycling, even though it was overdrafted. But if you pulled these Zenith Flares out of my deck would be horrendous. Now, listen, this is why you don't force things. If you pulled those Zenith Flares out of my deck, I wouldn't have drafted cycling in the seat. I would have probably drafted blue-red spells or something else. But I'm just pointing out, imagine, my deck is quite good, because I have 3 Zenith Flares and a million cyclers, but most of my cyclers cost 2. Imagine if you pulled these Zenith Flares out of my deck. My deck would be horrible. And I'm not saying replace it with nothing. If you made the 3 Zenith Flares, 1 Thundermane, 1 Fox, and 1 Marmoset, my deck would be horrible. Those creatures would just die a lot of the time, and my deck would just be all loose 2-mana cyclers and a few 1-mana cyclers and wouldn't do very much, and my deck would just be awful. My deck as is very good because you can't really interact with Zenith Flare. It's just totally broken. But I'm just pointing out... Yeah, no, I'm not saying if the Zenith Flares were nothing. I'm just saying if you turn these... Let's say you force cycling, and let's say instead of these Zenith Flares, you get a Save Thundermane, a Fox, and like a Marmoset in those 3 spots. Then my deck would be awful. Okay, I'm just going to start doing 2-mana cyclers, be mana efficient. Next turn I can play Wilds and do another 2-mana cycler. Since they're blue, Shredded Sails could easily kill a creature, so I'm going to cycle the Crystal first. Yeah, very likely good guy. And that's how it should be. There should be 3 cycling players in every 8-person pod. It's the best deck. It's got plenty of good commons, a bunch of uncommon enablers, not just 1. It should be 3 players out of every 8. It should not be 8 out of every 8, but it should be 3 on average. Okay, we'll just go get our mountain and continue cycling. I'd recommend traditional for improving skill. I can't really just give tip to get better in general because I mean I don't even know if if you're drafting great but your play is medium. If you're drafting is medium but your play is great and so on. Like I'd have to like watch you play and stuff like that. But I do think playing best of 3 with the same deck in traditional will help you get better by more than firing the quicker ones. I'm not worried about drawing more lands. Obviously, I need them, but 4 of the 5 cards in my hand cycle. Let's just go fetch a mountain. And then I'm going to start cranking these out. I'm going to try and hold up Shredded Sails for 1 more turn, because if they, like, mutate, like, the 5/4 Dino or Great Horn onto this, it still keeps flying, and then I can Sails it away. Well, no land, so now I'm going to cycle now. If we don't draw the land, we can't Sails immediately, but we have another Sails anyway. And if we do draw the land, I want to play it. Oh, I forgot about the Glimmer Bell. Shouldn't have attacked. It's not a big deal. I get a 1/1, but that was a punt. Somebody hit the punt counter. I just completely forgot about the Glimmer Bell. I put in the Cat because I want to spend all my mana cycling, and it's something I can just put out on the cheap. It's not good in the deck. I was like a card or two, like looking for filler, and I really just need to get in a couple of points early, slow them down a little bit so I can win with my 3 flares. So that's why I stuck in the Cat. Yeah, I think it's a mistake. I think the cycling deck is too good and definitely a stain on the limited format. I agree with the Noxter. Okay, I think we'll just slap down a 3/3 this turn. Again, if they mutate on to the Glimmerbell, I can kill it later as long as it doesn't have 5 toughness. So if they put like any of the commons like Dream Heron or Great Horn or Cloud Piercer, I'll get a nice removal spell out of that Shredded Sails. If not, we'll hopefully just Zenith Flare them end of turn on like when we have 6 mana, and then play Yadaro and hit them for 8. See what we draw. You know me, I'm a good punter. I play well, but also between like, you know, splitting my focus back and forth with the chat and the stream, I do punt like stupid stuff like that sometimes. Hey, and there's a nice, that makes a nice target for Shredded Sails. Now we can take down that flying, pinging Porcu-Parrot. Hopefully when I attack here, they'll think I forgot again, and then untap it and start laughing, and I'll respond by Shredded Sailsing it. That'll be gas. Can I do anything about that? I can flare in response. I'll kill the Naturalist and keep my 3/3 around. Is that worth it? It probably is. I have like a 5/5 haste, an 8/8 trample haste, and another flare, plus Sails kills Porcu-Parrot. I obviously wasn't going to Zenith Flare the Naturalist, but I think it's worth it now. I mean, this prolongs the game. Like, it creates a scenario where I end up casting these, which, I mean, look, it's a 5/5 haste and an 8/8 trample haste, and the board is basically clear. This is dead to Shredded Sails. I didn't just Zenith Flare a 1/3. I Zenith Flared to keep my 3/3 out, too. Yeah, they can kill it with their combo here, the Bell and the Parrot. I was completely aware of this. But then it takes their turn, which is pretty good for me, right? And as you can see, like, they chose to play a 4/4 instead. So I think I'm just going to continue with my plan here. I'm not going to play this first for the 1 extra life. Because if they go to untap that, I can Sails it in response, and then they won't get a ping. So what I'm going to do here is use my flares again on their creatures. Win this game kind of as a control deck. Now I can attack for 5. If they untap, we Sails in response, which they should if they're not sniping, unless they have something else to do. And now we're 1 mana away from 7 mana 8/8 trample. We already have the mana for a 5/5 haste. And we have a clear board. And we have a 3/3 and 2 1/1s. There's nothing wrong with flaring their creatures. You don't have to only flare the player. Come on, y'all. This is why this is a good card. People go, but you never cycle it and draw it 4 times. Okay, but a 7 mana 8/8 trample haste is a reasonably good card, and when you give it cycling, shove it back into your library, that's way better than even if it just had normal cycling, because you want to draw that card in the late game. It's a powerful card, so but if it's in your opening hand, you want to cycle it away a lot of the time. So it's like 7 mana trample haste 8/8 with better cycling. Because instead of it going to the graveyard when you cycle it away in the early game, it goes back into your library so you can draw it later when you can actually cast it. Not a broken rare. It's like a B tier rare. It's like a fine card to second or third pick. It's like about as good as, like, you know, a red removal spell. It's not a broken rare by any means, but it is a good card. Thank you, Chucklehead1. Appreciate the subscription. And let's just continue the onslaught. I don't really care if the 3/4 eats the 3/3. I'm just going to send everything. This has Trample. I don't even know if it's possible that a green-blue-red deck can do anything about it at instant speed, because Gust is a sorcery, Rock Slide's a sorcery. They don't have a big enough creature to crash through. Shore Shark works. That's an uncommon that they could have had that would have been bad for me that turn. But I wasn't dying or anything. I just untap and recast it and get back to work the following turn. We're already playing some filler, so we have no sideboard, basically. I'm playing 13. I wanted to get down to 12, but I didn't quite get enough 1-mana cyclers. Like, if I had seen, like, a few more 1-mana cyclers, I would have definitely went down to 12 with this deck. I might even have went lower if I'd gotten a ton. But, I mean, in order to play, like, land counts where you're going to draw 1 in a lot of your openers, you need, and then you need to dig up 2, you need to dig up 3, you need a lot of 1-mana cyclers. Plus, I have Prophecy to put a land back. Plus, I have all these decent cards to cast, like Serpent and Yadaro and Lavabrink Venturer, so I think I had to go 13, but I'm not happy about it. With 3 Zenith Flares, I was hoping to draft 12 1-mana cyclers and play like 11 lands, but it just didn't quite happen. I think the combination of everything, Griff on you, but I think the concept of 1-mana off-color cyclers is not why cycling is too good. They literally just made the cards too good. Flare shouldn't target players. Tactician should be an uncommon. Fox should be a rare. You know what I mean? If they just did that, then you could have the one colorless to cycle off-color cyclers. The real problem is they just made these cards too good. I agree, Seth Erickson. That's what I'm saying. They just push the cycling build-arounds too much. Like, some of them are cool. Like, Draenei Stinger's a cool card. Like, Marmoset's a cool card. But Fox at uncommon and Snare Tactician at common and Zenith Flare hitting players, it's just like a joke. Fox feels like a rare, Snare Tactician feels like an uncommon, and Zenith Flare feels like a card that shouldn't exist. Yeah, and some of those probably shouldn't have cycling as well. That's fair also. Yeah, exactly. Save Thundermane and Rescuer. Rescuer has cycling 2. It has 1 toughness. It dies to everything. Though Save Thundermane doesn't have cycling. It's gold. It's a red-white card. Like, those 2 cards are fine. Those are fine cards, and Marmoset is fine, and Stinger should probably be, like, cycling 2, but it's fine. Like, but like I said, Fox just feels like a rare. Tactician, quote Voxy, feels like an uncommon, and Zenith Flare just shouldn't exist. Okay, so we got to dig up lands, but I'm still going to play the healer here, I think. Our deck doesn't do much besides cycle, so we're going to gain a lot of life. I mean, we already have 4 cyclers in hand. Okay, I think I'm happy enough to Prophecy that. See if we can pull up a land. Get rid of one of these 2-mana cyclers. I'm not going to do the Yadaro because at least that will still count. You never know. This game could easily go long. They're blue. We have a healer. We don't really know what's going to happen this game. Still no land, kind of unfortunate. Let's start digging. I'm cycling the 1-mana one because we can cycle an additional time. Cycling again. Well, no land, but we do have 2 more 1-mana cyclers to try and dig it up next turn, and we're at 23. Those flares are in there, so if all we do is cycle through our whole deck, we'll draw lands and flares eventually. Alright, what are we going to discard? Probably just one of the 2-mana cyclers. Yeah. Just PM me your address and the check's in the mail. Don't actually, but, you know. Okay, so we can't really attack. Do we cycle or play the crystal? I think we just cycle it. I mean, ramping towards these is nice. But I think we just want to fill our yard here. We got to assume a blue-black deck, a blue-green deck here, whatever. Blue-green, a Sultai deck probably has removal or answers. I think all we really want to do right now is just dig up our Zenith Flares and fill our graveyard. Thank you, Maxiars Garu. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting the Zenith Flare stream. Alright, so let's start by cycling one of the 2s. And then cycle the 1. I don't think the order really mattered. I don't know why I said that. Can't really attack, but we can just cycle some more. What's our count at? 3 Zenith Flares in that deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. 7 after this turn. So as long as our 3 Zenith Flares aren't, like, you know, really at the bottom, I like our chances. I guess they could have Convolute or Neutralize. I mean, Convolute's not that heavily played of a card. Neutralize is an uncommon. But if they're able to counter our Flares, then they might win. Oh, Mutate comes together just fine. I think they did a good job with Mutate. I think it's a tier 1 deck. The cycling deck, when you get all the busted stuff, is just way too good. But I think Mutate is definitely a competitive deck. Cycle again. Okay, now I'm going to put out the Marshal just to get a blocker for that Blitz Leech. And again, I mean, we don't have anything yet. We're halfway through our deck. There's 3 Flares in there. Our cycling in the graveyard count is currently at 8. About to be 9 this turn. So far, I think I'm going to chump now. Can't attack with it anyway because this thing is back. But then we're going to have to decide between attacking with the Serpent or casting it. Let's see what we draw. Oh, I guess we can't attack with it or we'd be dead on board. Okay, well, there's a Flare. So we can cycle and flare them. We're taking a lot because there's that 5/2. I mean, we can cast Wolverine. We die if they have another removal, but they did just use Capture Sphere. It is true that we have Yadaro. This is going to be untapped. So if we cycle Serpent and then we flare them for 10, their end of their turn or when they attack or whatever, they're at 7. They have to chump block Yadaro. But let's see if we live or not. We take 6, 11. And so we are at 9. Yeah, that works pretty well. If we draw a land, yeah, I like that. So if we draw land, we can play... So the plan now, cycle Serpent, flare them. Then if we draw a land, we can play Yadaro and they have to chump it. If we draw another flare, then they're dead. If we don't draw a land or a flare, I don't know what we drew, but we have Wolverine. We have some other stuff to do. So... cycle Serpent. Where were you 1 turn ago when this only had 4 toughness? No, we couldn't necessarily do it on our turn because we wanted them to attack. That was important. Sadly, though, we didn't find anything. We didn't draw a land or a flare. I mean, I can cycle Sails, and then I have a 2-outer to win. But can we live if we play... Because they played another 4/4 Menace, so if we play Wolverine and block the 5/2, we take 10 and die. So it looks like we... Oh, I could double Sails the Flyer, but again, we take 10 and die. So, yeah. Gotta go fishing because we didn't find a land or a flare. We were hoping to find a land or a flare. We found neither. Good game. Because it would have made Yadaro ineffective. Our plan there was really good. Like, if we hit either of the 2 flares or just a basic land, we cast Yadaro if we just draw a land, and then they have to, like, chump block Yadaro. Then they have to deal with Yadaro, and they can't lethal us. I think the line was definitely correct. Like... And if we draw, like, 1 mana or 2 mana cyclers, then we just have to hope we hit a flare. Remember, we have 2 more. So, I think it just didn't work out, but I think it was the right line. Literally, remember, a land gave us a really good play. It's not like we were only trying to hit our 2 flares and 3 cards, which is 2 flares and 3 cards, not 1 flare and 1 card. Also, we just needed a land and 2 cards. Okay, so I don't think we can keep this. Maybe we can. We have Prophecy, and we have a 1-mana cycler. Nah, we shouldn't keep that. Okay, this looks a little better. We'll just keep our lands. We'll keep our 1-drop to get in some damage. Bin the 2-mana cycler. Did I have inevitability, though? If I flare the flyer, the next flare isn't lethal. I did have the 8/8 trample, but they also had a 5/2 out, and we were looking good on board if they didn't add another 4/4 Menace, and if they add another 4/4 Menace, how much inevitability do I have? Y'all are just being too results-oriented as usual. Okay, I think we want to get this into play tapped, so we'll attack, cycle a 1-mana card. I mean, sometimes your opponent has more than you. We didn't find what we were looking for. And they played a second 4/4 Menace into a Frostlinks for the win. Like, and we still, remember, we had 3 cards to find 2 flares. It didn't happen. Doesn't mean we made any mistakes. The cat's decent in White-Black Humans, especially if you have mentors or, like, human plus non-human synergies, like Fight is one. But, you know, it just depends. If you can mutate onto it, if you have Mentor, you want it. Normally, you don't. Yeah, Kinnon's a really cool card. I like the design a lot. I'm not going to cycle this minute because if they do, like, Dream Heron or something on the Otter, then I have to kill it. I don't want to flare the Otter right now, and I won't. I'm just going to chump block it. But I can't let them start drawing 2 cards a turn here on turn 4. So, for example, if they Wingspan Mentor the Otter, then I do have to flare it. Listen, I want a 9-0, believe me. I know we're 7-0. I'm starting to feel the pressure. I love a 9-0 day. I think I'm just going to cycle. What am I going to block and cast it? I guess it's not a bad trade. I still get a 1/1. Thank you, A. Carter. Appreciate the subscription. I guess we could start by cycling this. I mean, we can't cast Charge, but then we can see what we draw. Okay, that definitely makes me want to cycle. What did I bottom? A 2-mana cycler? Yeah, this deck could have used a reunion pretty bad. I don't know if I missed an opportunity to pick one of those up. Looks like our draws weren't too tight this match, though. It's going to be tough to win. I mean, we could top deck stuff like Lava Serpent, Yadaro, but this is going to be a hard game to win for sure. Okay, well, that helps. Lifelink. They're on 5 mana, so they're still 2 away. They can't grow it. This is even, though, and the rest is odd. So if I call even, I'm pro the only creature that could actually positively interact with it. A 3/3 stops a 1/3 and a 2/2 anyway. So I guess we call even. And a 2-mana Cycler over Reunion might have been wrong if I did that at some point. Yeah, most of the removal... Well, some of the removals even, some of it's odd. Ram Through and Blood Curdle are even. Deadweight and Mutual Destruction are odd. I normally wouldn't play this Flare, but because of Kinnon's ability, I think I have to Flare it, right? Because they have 6 now. They're 1 mana away. And then I assume I want to attack. Both players getting low. What am I doing? I forgot this was pro-even. Hopefully they won't double block. This attack was horrible. What am I doing? Sorry, y'all. Hit the punt counter. That was bad. I mean, it's not costing me that much on board, but obviously I didn't want to trade my 3/3 pro even for their 2/2 Frostlinks. That was just, you know, just bad. Yadaro. I told you, the pressure is real. I can taste the 9-0. I'm too close. I can't handle this pressure. It's easier to play for top 8 of the Pro Tour than it is to play for 9-0 on stream. Well, we're 1-0, but we're down a game, and we're probably going to lose this one. I already had to spend 2 flares. Like, it was right. I mean, I killed this thing 1 mana before it would go active, and on turn 4, this would have been drawing extra cards. But, and we lost a tight game 1, so this game's looking very bad. I mean, we could draw the 8/8. It's bigger than everything in play. So if they're not holding anything and we draw the 8/8, that's a potential out. But we have to draw it, like, right now. Yeah, I mean, obviously we got a little flooded, and last game we got a little unlucky, but still, like, tough games. So let's see if we chump and double block. We still have a 1/1, so if we draw the 8/8, we're good. We kill the menace creature. Yeah, this looks right. If they have Blitz Leech, you know, good beats. We're not beating that. Or Blood Curdle. It's because Deathsy's hanging out today. He's such a landlord. Anytime he hangs out, you just draw all lands. Blame Deathsy. Well, it's the only card to not be dead this turn. Not that we necessarily have outs. Well, we have Yadaro, but... Oh, those both have Menace. Okay, well, I'm not chumping a 1-power. Well, if they bricked and we draw Yadaro, we're semi-stable on board. That's not going to do it. Now we double block the 5/5, we go to 1, but we lose the Wolverine. Okay, that's game. See if we can get some redemption in the finals. Yeah, but Voxy's not a landlord. So it's not really Voxy's fault. It's only Deathsy's fault when you draw all lands. Deathsy admits it. He's not, like, denying it. Like, he's a landlord. He draws all lands. Like, he has all the lands. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I don't know. Game 1 was really interesting. I mean, like I said, we had 2 more flares, and we saw 3 cards, to just win. And then we also had the land for Yodaro if they didn't drop an additional 4/4 Menace. Game 2, we mulliganed and then flooded. It is what it is. That's a game that you normally lose in Magic if you mulligan and then flood. And the opponent had a nice deck, and they had nice draws. Like, Game 2 is a game we were supposed to lose for sure. Game 1 was a tight game. I don't know if we punted it or not. I'm really not sure. I do think the chat was being a little results-oriented. Like, we had more cyclers. Our line gave us 2 more flares and, like, half the cards in our deck cycle as just, like, auto wins. But it's true that we could have also played it safe. We did have an 8/8 trample in hand. I think that was a close, interesting spot, and I'm not sure what was optimal. So here, if they... Well, we cycled the Serpent, and correctly, right? I mean, our cyclers at that point, I think, were, like, the Serpent, Yodaro, like... But, I do think it was a close, interesting spot. Well, all 3 of the cycling decks today have been great. I mean, we had 2 flares in one in another. Even though this is the one with 3, the other 2 both had ultimatos. I mean, this deck did come up a few cards short. That doesn't mean it's not good. It's not that big of a deal to toss a Day Squad Marshal and a Garrison Cat in your deck. But if this deck had another 3 or 4 1-mana cyclers, it would be way more broken. This is an easy double block. If they have something, I don't care. I'll happily trade with their, like, Divine Arrow or whatever. Otherwise, I'm just looking to make trades, slow the game down, get them into range to die to my flares. You know what we do. The last decks might have been better. I mean, this deck's good. Like I said, we lost 1 super tight game 1, and then we lost, like, to a mulligan into Flood. But that said, yeah, 3 flares is incredible, but so is 2 flares and an ultimatum. So is 1 flare, an ultimatum, and a bunch of other good stuff. Like, all 3 decks have been very good. Alright, I think I'm going to start by just cycling some crystals. I don't really want to trade Wolverine for Stinger. I don't see any real reason to do that. Might draw a tap land. 2 of our lands come into play tap, so I'm cycling now. Makes sense to cycle the crystals before the sales, because they might play a flyer. I might offer Wolverine for Stinger next turn, but I'm also not that far from turning it on. And I'm also not that worried about getting pinged out very slowly, because I have triple flare. For now, though, I'll just block with the cat, because that's a free block. Turns itself into a 1/1 anyway. And then we'll see what they do. It would be a lot. But if I could have three flares, then I would take 1-mana cyclers over virtually anything, like you saw me do in this draft. Okay, I think that makes it a pretty easy choice. Just going to play this on odd. Obviously, I can't do anything with Wolverine versus Marmoset. But we could always go cycle, flare the Marmoset, and then we have our double striker on. So we'll see what they do this turn. Remember, this can hit creatures. Like that one game in round 1 when I was like, we'll just go as a control deck. Think about how good it worked out. Thank you, Dark Tarkonis. Appreciate the subscription. Especially when you have 3 of them. You can use the first one on creatures and you still have those 2 win conditions chilling in your deck. Hey, I'm not the only one with Flare. Okay, so I'm not blocking Stinger. I'm going to Flare the Marmoset. As long as I draw a land or 1 mana Cyclers, this will be on next turn. So let's cycle. And we're going to gain a bunch of life back. So I don't think we need to chump block. Still no land. That's kind of yucky. That said, it's not like we're dying on board and we have a chump blocker. Let's try and find the land, I think. Hooray. I need to do it now because it's the 3rd spell. And 7 right back at you. Yeah, my cat's meowing. It's my last match, sweetie. I'll be out to play with you in a minute. So what do they call? Odd? So we can't do anything now. Let's cycle sails, see what we find. Okay, that's even. Beautiful draw. And 6 more right back at you. And if we draw a land, both our creatures are actually threatening lethal, because we can give +2/+1 to this 1/1 token, and then give it double strike with Raking Claws. Me? Dark Cat fit in? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're at like 8 for Flare so far. I have 4 cats. 2 of them are named after my favorite set in recent years, Dominaria, because we adopted them the day of the Dominaria pre-release. They're Ariel and Lyra. The one you hear meowing right now is Ariel. And then my other 2 are named after the only childhood show that both me and Rachel watched as kids because it ran forever, which is Rugrats. So they're named Pickles and Reptar. Not that we even really named them. Rachel's sister suggested it, but we liked it for that reason. Okay, so I think I take it, because if I go for the land, I try and lethal them. If they have 3 more cyclers, I'm dead. But if I don't draw a land, I can start cycling to try and find Flare, force them to chump this Wolverine. If I do draw a land, I do want to try and lethal them. I mean, it's unlikely they have 3 cyclers here. It's not impossible, but it's unlikely. But it also, we don't have lethal or anything. We have to draw a land or a Flare to have lethal. I agree with Dan said. If they were going for lethal, they would have attacked with both. It seemed unlikely. Okay, that gives us a bit of a different game. What we can do now is just attack with Wolverine. They're forced to chump. And then we can play a defensive game by playing healer and gaining life ourselves. Which is really good because we have those 2 more Flares and Yadaro in our library. So that lets us switch gears nicely. Oh, we're still in combat. And this is really good for us because we have a threat that's kind of dominant on this board. I'm going to start by cycling this, see what we get. Cool. Now, do I leave up Raking Claws or do I cycle now? I'm not sure. If they attack with both, I can't really let myself go to 4. But I don't want to anyway. I'll just block both. And then do I cast the Claws? Yeah, because they can't use a removal on the healer there. Or they'll die to the Wolverine. If they have removal, they're spending it on Wolverine. So yeah, if they attack with both, I can block both, and then I just cast Claws on healer. That is kind of weird that they play the Cycling land as land 6. What do you think they have? Lava Serpent? Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I would play any Triome in the cycle deck. Okay, I think I'm going to cycle in response. Now that they did a 1-mana one, I need to gain my life, right? Otherwise, no, I can just respond to their next cycle. And if they have 2 more cyclers, I'm dead either way. And if they pass the turn with 1 cycler, I'll just untap. And then I can attack with Wolverine and force them to chump or die. So I don't actually have to respond. The only upside of responding is it uses my mana, but that's not that important. If they try and if they have 2 cyclers, I'm dead no matter what I do. If they have 1 cycler and they try and get me, it's not going to work. If they pass to me, I'm just going to untap. Okay, so now I have to respond to that. I'm going to cycle the 2-mana cycler. So I have 2 blockers, so if they don't have another cycler, we're fine. Well, they do. But cycling in response wouldn't have changed anything. We would have gained 1 and then still died. Yeah, that was a lot of cycling out of them there. Alright, they've got a lot of 2/2s. I don't think the cat is that useful. I'm going to switch it for Light of Hope. Other than that, ready to go. I could have hoped to draw into a 1-mana cycler. You're right. That may have been a mistake. Oh, no, I would still die. I'm only gaining 1. I only had 1 healer out. I would have still died. Even if I cycled the 1-mana one and drew a 1-mana cycler and cycled it, I still die. Each cycle was dealing me 2. They had 2 stingers. I think I'm going to mull this. No, but it doesn't matter the order. Either way, if I cycle 2 1-mana cyclers that turn, I'm at 4 effectively. I still die to the second extra cycler. The order doesn't matter. Oh yeah, maybe I should have brought in the second light because of reflection. But yeah, the 1-mana cycler thing I was right about. It doesn't matter. Do I keep this or not? I think I do. It's kind of slow, but I have a life, and then I can just start cycling. I mean, I'd like to have a land light hand with my 13 land triple Zenith deck. It's a lot better than a land heavy hand with this deck. No, the order just doesn't matter. I take 4 if they cycle 2 more times. You're missing the point there, chat. If I cycle a 1-mana one and get a 1-mana one, it doesn't matter if I do it in response, if I do it after. My life total is 4. And then I die to both their cyclers when all the cycling resolves. Okay, so end of turn. Let's just cycle one of the sails. We didn't really see anything for those. Well, since we did get fortunate with lands but not find anything else, I don't even think I want to cast a crystal. I think I'm just going to start cycling. I guess I can cycle a 2-mana one now, in case I draw, like, Evolving Wilds. If I do play it and sack it now, thin out my deck, dig towards those crystals. I mean, towards those Zenith Flares. Glad I still have my Psychic Powers. If it was scripted, I would have won the last match and that last game. If I'm paying actors, I'm not paying very good actors. I mean, this is still kind of rough now. They have Marmoset, and their deck is, like, all cyclers. But we've got Prophecy. We have Lava Brink Venturer. We don't have any more tap lands, so I can just leave my mana up now and cycle on their turn. I wanted to dig the once main phase, because I might draw Lava Brink Venturer. But now I'd rather just represent that I have spells. And then end of their turn, of course, we'll start doing some more cycling, see what we find. I mean, we have those 3 flares, so it's okay to get a little low. Not super low, but we really don't want to take dangerous hits from Marmoset. I'm not worried about a Stinger Ping or 2. Obviously, we have to draw into those flares, but again, we have 3 of them, so we're hoping it'll happen. Also, like, Prophecy, Lava Brink Venturer. Granted, we haven't drawn anything, so now we might be pretty much dead. Um... So how much damage? 4, 7, 9, 11? It's not looking good. Oh, I want to cycle now because if we find Prophecy, I kill Marmoset. I don't think that changes anything. But I'm still, like, I'm not dead. I mean, if I find, Zenith Flares. I mean, I do have 3 of them, so I can always draw more after the first one. For right now, I guess we just gotta dig. Try and find those flares. Still no Zenith Flare? Come on, deck. We're halfway through the deck. Now, I can't tap out for Serpent or I'm dead on board. If I cycle a 2-mana card and find Flare, it's for 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'll be at 13, and I'll kill Marmoset. So, I mean, they have to have, like, 3 more cyclers to kill me. I guess I don't really have choices. I don't have any 1-mana cyclers. So my only real choice is which one I cycle. So, cycle a 2-mana and see what we get. So now if I gain 4, I'm dead on board. That's not enough. If I cycle again, I can't cast Flare. Wow, did not expect a 1-2 with this deck. Pretty ugly. Do I even have outs? I mean, Light of Hope doesn't keep me alive. Yeah, time to even out after the 15-0 last week. I mean, we were 6-0, 7-0 tonight. Now we're 7-2, but it's not like it's a bad record. It's just kind of ugly games. Can't do anything now, though. Yeah, I'm dead. I mean, the idea would be to start flaring, gain 10, then we draw more flares because we have time. But this deck didn't come out like it was better than it played. You can definitely win with 3 flares, 6 1-mana cyclers, and a bunch of 2-mana cyclers. Also Yadaro and Prophecy and stuff like that. But this deck didn't come out that well. Like, I did lose close games into Flood and Screw and stuff. But nonetheless, I also didn't get any Snare Tacticians, didn't get any Stingers, just the 1 healer. I didn't see any of the uncommon enablers like Fox or Rescuer. I think my second deck was the best of the 3. That was the double Flare, double Rescuer, Mardu Ultimatum deck. That deck was incredible. And then the first and the third were probably pretty close. And I just drew, like, much better with the first and the third. But, you know, that deck did come up a little short. I still will probably 2-1 most drafts with it. It was still a good deck and things just didn't line up well. But I think that deck did come up a little short. Nah, no more. I'm calling it a night. But I'll be right back on tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern, more drafts.